I had work stuff this morning, but I wanted to go live because I want to hear from other people because I'm one of those people. First off, I wanted to just chatting because I don't know what I'm gonna play. I'm in a brain phase. I start playing one game and then I switch to another game, then I switch to another game, and I go back and forth. So this is easier. And I wanted to hear. I want people to do pushback on my theories about coffee brand coffee. Okay, I want pushback because to me, what I'm hearing doesn't make sense. Okay, you see, I'm one of those people who doesn't like mysteries. Like, I'll admit, I also am constantly thinking about things like the Yuba 5. I don't like unsolved stuff, and once something gets into my head, hey, Mr. Dystopian. So, oh, he's a meme. This is one of the other reasons why I put down just chatting, even though I plan on gaming, because I got the meme, and she likes to show up and be cute, and be very, very cute, and interrupt any attempts at using a controller. See, I want people to push back, because my theories regarding coffee brand coffee, the thing is, it's not about the coffee itself. I have never bought coffee brand coffee. Let me be clear. I have been very, very lucky. I have been close to buying the other stuff, but I never did because it's expensive. Okay, and I can't afford it. Okay, I don't drink coffee myself, but the hot chocolate and the tea, I was like always support it because for a while, I'm good. I don't play enough like live stream gaming wise. I'll admit I play a lot of gaming by myself, mostly on PlayStation. I delayed coming online because we had a thunderstorm, and I did not want my PS5 to shut down. Tempting, really, really tempting. You see, I hear it's an amazing game, Mixtape. I hear it's a phenomenal game, and I'm missing out, but I just picked up, Mouse PI for Hire as a physical. I already spent my gaming money for the week, for the month, for the whatever. So, unfortunately, I can't get Mixtape. Besides, I want to be able to, buy multiple, I want to support this wonderful game. So, the reason isn't about the coffee itself. Okay. His business model doesn't make sense, okay? I'm trying to figure out what he's saying. The reason I wanted to go live is I want people to give me pushback because his business model doesn't make any sense at all, okay? Everything I'm hearing from what he is saying sounds more like an idiot who does not know how to run a business who's criticizing everybody else because he's saying it's not drop shipped. Okay, he says it's not white labeled. But everything he's saying is telling me that if he had drop shipped his coffee or white labeled his coffee, he would actually make more money than what I think he's doing. And what I think he's doing is so monumentally... Ooh, overtime is awesome. I love OT. I got like 2 hours of OT this week because I had a meeting this week. 2.5 maybe. No, it was 2. His whole business model doesn't make any sense from what I understand. He even admitted at the end of the one where he's out mowing the lawn or whatever the hell he was doing that he would make more money drop shipped. Okay? Now, first off, let me be absolutely clear about how much I watch The Quartering, okay? I used to watch him for years because he's very milquetoast, middle of the road. He was MAGA. If he was only using MAGA as a name, then as someone who is MAGA. Okay, if he was pretending to be MAGA and using MAGA as a way to make money, then as someone who actually is, I'm kind of angry about that. So you pretended to be MAGA just to grift money out of us, who actually are. Screw you, Jeremy, you suck. As someone who's actually a conservative Republican, yes, I am registered Republican. Again, screw you, Jeremy, for pretending to use, using things to make money. Okay? But he was always milquetoast, and so I could share his videos with people who aren't as conservative, because he struck me as one of those people who's like old-time liberal, who, because everybody has shifted so far left, if you are even slightly right of Lenin, you're considered conservative. So he didn't strike me as true conservative. He struck me as like Jeremy Prime, who at one point I remember D-Day Cobra saying he's not a Republican. He just supports Trump. I actually am a Republican and I supported Trump. Okay. But he struck me as one of those people who was never a Republican, but ended up being slightly more conservative. Honestly, his political takes, the more you listen to them, the more it sounds like he just shifts in the wind to make money. What turned me off of watching him, I've already said this before, was the $14,000 to go to AmFest. Where it's like, Habibi, what are you talking about? You want $14,000? I thought you were a multimillionaire. I heard that he owned planes. I heard he owned a whole bunch of stuff that most of people like me could never dream of owning, okay? It's like, for me, a big purchase is a video game, all right? For you to be like, yeah, I want $14,000 to go to AmFest. All right, Habibi, then you know what? I should do the same grift as you and be like, hey, everybody, give me money so I could go to TennoCon. I don't do that, and I make a fraction of the money he does. So the $14,000 AmFest thing and finding out he's very wealthy is what turned me off of him. Then came the whole flagging, and I'm against flagging. Okay? I'm 100% against flagging. I think freedom of speech is very important to me. I probably have an even looser definition of freedom of speech than most. I think any kind of kid stuff should be stopped. But even I think inciting. I'm a very strong believer in the fact that you make your decisions. Okay, which is why I put a lot of blame for World War II on the people who were willing to go along with it as well. I'm a very strong believer in you make your own decisions. And if somebody tells you to go out and do something illegal, and you choose to do something illegal, it should be more on you as well. So I probably have a much looser view on freedom of speech than they do. But I also have a lot more strict view on, like, this whole consequences thing. I didn't really talk about it a lot because, honestly, I didn't care either way. I wasn't going to stop anybody, but I wasn't going to help them either. I feel that even the people who said bad things about Charlie Kirk, if your employer isn't in your bio, leave them alone. I didn't like the people who dug and went out of their way to find someone's employer to get them fired. Okay, I believe that if you have a private account and you don't have your employer involved in that private account, okay, I've actually never been high. I've never been high. I've smelled it. It smells gross. It smells like skunk. I really hate the smell of it. So, like, for example, I think that any Bungie employee who blocks or does something dumb and their bio says Bungie employee in it, you represent Bungie. On the other hand, if someone has a private account who happens to work for Bungie, but that doesn't say Bungie in the bio and they don't mention in their account that they work for Bungie, they can say they're a video game developer, but they don't say they work for Bungie and they say something stupid, leave them alone. That's my personal view. That's my view that's been since the beginning when everyone was going after people who were criticizing Charlie Kirk. And I've never celebrated what happened to Charlie Kirk, okay? Okay? I've never celebrated what happened to Charlie Kirk. I think that we went a little too far on the firings of people. I understand why. Okay? Oh, yeah, well, I blame that. But I think that if more people had spoken up and said, no, we're not doing this, it would have been a lot different. I think, like I said, I believe more in a lot more personal accountability than other people. So I think that if you go out there and incite something, it's on the people. No, well, the thing is, so I just wanted to be clear just about my view on Jeremy Hambley. I stopped watching him after the $14,000 grift. I don't agree with his flagging. And then finding out that he lied, because I used to respect the man. Okay? I actually, look, Jeremy, I don't get any money out of this. I'm not all those YouTubers that you're complaining about that are using what happened to you for money. Okay? I'll be lucky to get like $2 in super chats. Okay? I don't care. All right? I kind of think it's kind of silly to make money for playing a video game. Okay? So I'm not getting anything out of this. Okay? I respected the man because I thought that he had built his own business, that he was very hardworking. I respected that. Only to find out that all this time he has been lying. Okay? So that's strike 3 for me. And then to listen to him talk like the pompous, full of himself, condescending jerk that he is, pisses me off even more. You know, he knows why people are angry, and yet he talks like a leftist. Okay? He pretends not to understand why people are angry. Nobody thought Jeremy grows Kona coffee in his bathtub. Why are people angry about the Kona coffee? Because apparently there's only 7 ounces of Kona coffee and it's 12 ounces, which means it's a blend. Okay? It's because you're obfuscating and you're being disingenuous about your arguments. You lied. Flat out. So the $14,000 grift, okay? Let me explain this before I gotta make sure I've read death. What happened was he wanted to go to the TPUSA event in December. He wanted to pay for Melanie Mack, Hannah Claire Brimelow, and Luke Radowski. He wanted $14,000 for that. And he kept begging people. He did this thing where he was going to send cards. It's like, Habibi, $14,000? I make that in several months, and I'm not the only one. The majority of... See, one of the biggest surprises for me was finding out that the majority of Americans do not make over $100,000. I thought the majority of Americans made over $100,000 a year. To find out that the majority of Americans make between $40,000 and $60,000 a year... So for you to say $14,000 to go to AmFest, to hang out with conservatives and TPUSA and all of that, and eat fancy food and act like you're Mr. Whatever. Dude, most of us take months to get $14,000. And you want us to give you that money? And then to find out you own planes, 30 acres of land, a ride-on lawnmower, multiple cars, a multi-$1,000 fish tank. You spent $16,000 on a racetrack that you showed pictures of. And then you come to us and you're like, give me more money? Give you more money. Habibi, do you understand how much $14,000 is to someone like me? Do you understand what $14,000 is like to the majority of the people who watch you? He doesn't. So after the $14,000 thing, I was like, I've had enough. Then I find out, I mean, the fact that he owns planes, okay? A racetrack, an RC racetrack that costs like $16,000 apparently to make, only to bulldoze it a couple months later after you never use it. $16,000 is a huge amount of money for someone like the majority of your audience. So yeah, I got fed up with that. 80,000. So yeah. So then that's why I dropped him. I got fed up with the stupid grift. I'm like, so what I did was, okay, I just stopped subscribing to all of his channels. I unsubscribed to all of his channels. I'm like, look, there's not much I can do about it. So the only thing I could do is not give him my views. All right? I stopped immediately. Cold turkey, no more. I'm not watching any of his. So anything I have seen is through people who are A-logging him. Right? Then came the whole thing about the flagging people's channels. And I'm like, absolutely now. I'm definitely not watching him because I don't believe in flagging. Okay? I could have, if I wanted to, flagged him about some misinformation that he was presenting about Muslims. I didn't. Let me be absolutely clear. I'd never have flagged him. I joked that I should maybe flag him about his misrepresentation of stuff about Muslims because he uses Muslims as a way to rage bait people. He misrepresents what he's going to talk about Muslims, and he gets it wrong. Okay? But I didn't flag him. So let me be absolutely clear. I have never flagged Jeremy. My view is simple. If I don't like you, okay, I just don't watch you. I have problems with Lucky 10p. Okay? I didn't like the fact that he lied to me. Okay? I stopped watching Lucky 10p. Even though I supported his petition for Destiny 3, I didn't like the fact that he lied to me. Beat 'em ups is another one. He makes great Nintendo content, but he lied. So I don't watch him anymore. I don't make hate bait about him. I don't make rage about him. I stopped watching him. Same thing with the quartering. Okay? I stopped watching him. That's as simple. I was against the flag. But the lying, like you said, the $80,000 coffee machine, which multiple times he said he bought. He didn't say, I'm going to buy it when he made that video. He said he put it on his credit card. He said, all of that stuff, he said he does himself, right? He said he prints his bags. He says he roasts it. He says he does all of that stuff, right? You lied. And so the fact that he doesn't even have he's disingenuous and he misrepresents why people are angry. He comes in, right? Oh, no, but he lied. And I've multiple times pointed that out because I'm fed up with him saying, exposed! I don't grow coffee in my bathtub. No, Habibi, that's not the point. So, no, for me, it's very easy to stop watching. If I don't, Lucky 10p, after he lied to me, I keep getting his videos recommended to me because I'm still, into Destiny a little. I just don't watch him. I interacted with him once on X saying, can you unblock me? I'll promote your petition because Lucky 10p is the one who did the petition. There's more to going on. We need to work together to save Destiny 3. Okay? But once I don't if I have a problem with you, I don't report you, I don't flag you, I don't rage against you, I don't repeatedly watch your content and rage comment on your videos. I don't do any of that. I do one thing. I just unsubscribe and move on. And that's it. But I am very fed up and tired of him being so disingenuous and not understanding why people are angry. He's misrepresenting why people are angry. And he lied. And that's why I'm angry. Well, first off, no, you're right. He can't even explain it. But on top of that, Tim Pool has his own special flavors. I remember that because he talks about Ian's caffeine dream or something. You can white label coffee and have the flavors you want. Now, the thing is, from my theory on what he's doing, and that's why I want people to push back, because my theory is this and why he thinks he's unique. I think Jeremy Hambley thinks that dropship coffee, okay, I think what he thinks is this. I think he thinks drop-shipped coffee means that the company does everything for you. He thinks that if they make the labels for you, they choose the flavors for you, you have no hand in it. He thinks that is drop shipped. No. So what he does, at least this is my guess. Now, my theory is he buys the coffee beans himself, which is, if he's doing that, that alone is stupid. Because you can get from a drop shipper or a white label, be part of the bulk order. I think he's buying the coffee beans himself. Instead of having the roaster bag it for him, because white label coffee bags it for you and designs the bags for you. You just tell them what you want. Tell them the design you want, right? They create the bags for you. He thinks because it's not all being done in the same location, that it's not white label or drop shipped. But his model is so financially irresponsible and foolish that it explains his tiny margins. If you watch his vlog, the one where he's out in his Kubota thingy, right? He admits that he would make more money drop shipped. That he was building a business. He says that he drop shipped, he white labeled for other people. I think he let other people use his resources. He doesn't understand what a partner is. That's one of the other things. I don't think he understands what a partner is. The person you pay to bag your coffee is not your partner. the person you pay to roast your coffee is not your partner. I think they have long-term deals. But I don't think, that's why I think he thinks because he is hired. Basically, I think what he's doing is this is the equivalent of what he's doing. Imagine you are Remedy Video Games, the company that makes, the video game developer that makes Control. No, it's not even that he doesn't know the best time to buy the beans. I think the problem is, okay, if he's buying only the beans for himself, if he's not buying all the beans for himself, okay, think about it. If he's only buying the beans for himself, that's not as big a bulk as if he's buying it from a drop shipper. A drop shipper will be buying the beans for all of their drop ship companies. A white label, which is slightly different than a drop ship, would also be buying bigger bulks of coffee than if he's buying it by himself. So if he's buying the coffee by himself, the bulk is a lot smaller. So that means he has to pay more. My understanding from the whole thing is he's buying his own coffee. He's then sending it to a roaster. He's choosing his own flavors, which, by the way, you can do that with a white label. The roaster is roasting the coffee for him. He's paying somebody to roast it. He has another person creating the bags. He has somebody who's bagging the coffee for him. He has somebody doing the K-Cups for him. And he thinks that because he's hiring all these individuals to do the jobs for him, instead of having one person do it for him, that makes it a business. And he probably had a bunch of gullible, idiotic suckers who went to him. I mean, that's what Sydney Watson said, that he offered to ship it for her. He probably has a shipping service as well, who used to ship it out for him. And the people, well, so he showed the shipping labels, shipping it to Amazon warehouses. Now, keep in mind, I have done I did Amazon third-party sales back when it was a lot easier. In some ways, it was a lot easier. I was selling a whole bunch of books and stuff, and I sold it through Amazon. You have to pay for the space for it. Now it's $39.99 and you need like an Amazon business account. But back then, anybody could do third-party selling on Amazon, okay? So I think someone even said that if you buy from Coffee Brand Coffee, it ships from Amazon now. So one possibility is he was sharing it with Meta PCs before he bought out Meta PCs, and that Meta PCs he was having all the products shipped to Meta PCs. That's what I think he's doing. If he is subcontracting every individual process, step of the process, it's far more complicated and stupid. It sounds like when he bought out Meta PC, so my guess is he contracted each individual part, and then Meta PCs, probably because they already have a shipping service for their computers, were shipping out the coffee from Meta PCs. Then he started selling through Amazon, and so he would send some of it from Meta PCs to Amazon to ship it then from their warehouses. But now that he no longer works with Meta PCs, he bought them out. Okay, my guess is, I don't know, someone said that Coffee Brand Coffee, even the website, is shipped from Amazon. So he doesn't have the facilities of Meta PCs anymore to ship it out for them. But he seems to think that if you subcontract to people, they're your partners. Even if you work with them for 10 years, 15 years, okay? No, it's more like, okay, it's you hire a hitman, you buy the gun for the hitman, you buy the fake ID for the hitman, you buy the bullet for the hitman, and then you gather it all together and you have another person ship it to the hitman. You have each individual step is subcontracted. That's my guess, and that's why he thinks he's such a big businessman, because instead of doing the simple thing, which is white label coffee, which is you go to one company and you tell them, make coffee for me, white label can choose the flavors for you, and have them do all the steps for you. He's having it being subcontracted by multiple people. And that's why he thinks Mr. Big Businessman instead of he's being dumb businessman. My theory is, now I could be wrong, that's what I got from what he said. That's my theory. My theory is that he threw money at it. He was like, oh yeah, they hit me. Yeah, that too. My theory is he wanted to feel like a big fancy businessman. So he's like, all right, I want to make a coffee company. What do I need for coffee? I need to buy coffee. I need somebody to roast it. I need this, I need this, I need this. And instead of going, well, everybody else does white label or drop shipping, I'm going to do my own thing. And I'm not going to have one business do it for me. That's why I feel he doesn't think he's white labeling, because white labeling is done by one business. Okay? White labeling is done, basically you go to a white label or a drop ship and you say, this is what I want, and they do it for you, okay? They do everything for you. Jeremy is hiring multiple different individuals to do different steps in the coffee process. And I'm sorry, but the people who went to Jeremy Hambly, if this is his process, okay, okay, whoever is working with him to white label their coffee, they're making no money or very little. That's why he makes $1 a bag. Because no, Jeremy, no, if he's watching this, which I doubt it, no, Jeremy, there are white label. When I was looking into white label coffee, they were telling me how to do it on Amazon. Okay? Why do you think so many YouTubers at one point were doing coffee? Because it's so easy to do. But his system, if it's true, sounds like he sits there and he boasts about Mr. Jeremy Hambly, the big bad businessman. And he's like, no, if you were planning on building this for the future, you wouldn't be hiring individual people. What you would do, the smart way to sell this, to do this correctly, was to white label the coffee until you had a large enough audience to start buying the equipment and renting a warehouse. But having all these partners which are basically subcontractors, not partners, doing the work for you, that doesn't make sense. Now, that's why I wanted to know from other people, am I wrong? Because I sit there and I've listened to him describing it multiple times on multiple thingies, and it doesn't make any sense at all. This is exactly like if Remedy, because I just got my copy of Control. This is exactly like if Remedy made a video game, okay? The makers of Control. They have the software. And instead of going directly now, I know it's ironic because Sony's supposedly no longer doing physical games, right? Back when Sony was making physical games, okay? Right? What you do is, hey, what's up? Okay. If you make a video game for the PlayStation 5, right? You probably have someone design the box for you, but Sony makes the box for you, makes the disc for you, and prints it. Now imagine, if my theory is correct about what Jeremy's doing, basically what he's doing is, okay, he has somebody develop a video game, he has somebody design the disc, he has somebody design the box, he has somebody make the boxes, okay, he has somebody, he then sends the software to somebody to print the discs. He then sends the discs to somebody to, like, not print it, like, put the software on the disc, right? Copy it onto this. Then he has someone send the discs to someone to print the discs. Then he has somebody else put the disc in the box. And then he sends it to individual people to distribute it. I'm guessing, but there's no way his business model is this dumb. How is it nobody at like Black Rifle Coffee or any of these other people he supposedly talked to didn't turn to him and say, Jeremy, that is the dumbest system I've ever heard. If this is true, which I don't know if it's true, but it's the only thing that seems to fit his whole model. Jeremy Hambly keeps saying, okay, I have somebody print the labels for me. I pay somebody to roast it. I buy my coffee. I have somebody bag it for me. I have somebody who puts it in K-cups. Every individual step, he has somebody paying for it. If he had white labeled that coffee, it would be one or maybe two people. Instead, he has like 5 different people that he's paying. Well, his his whole system sounds like it sounds like somebody who does not understand business. Who's going, I want to sell coffee. What do I need to sell coffee? I do not want to white label my coffee. He sounds like somebody who doesn't know what they're doing. Even I know, like I said, even he admitted to other businesses and the unsustainable markup. That's what it sounds like. I mean, if I'm right, like I said, there's no way this is right because this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. What? So you can say that you're not white labeling your coffee? No, he's not divorced. Supposedly he's not divorced. And why is he doing it? So he could say he's not doing white label coffee? Dude, the whole point isn't so you can have the... And he's like, okay. So he's like... and the thing is that doesn't even make even more sense. He's like, I want to build my own business, right? I want it to grow. I want to build it so it can grow. This isn't how you do it. So, this isn't how you do it. I think he mentioned that they want to bring back the boxes, and he and his wife are going to do them, and they're only going to have 500 boxes. It was his MAGA mixology, his cookbooks, I think his cookbooks, he was printing those out, and his wife was helping him with those. It was the cookbooks. He was shipping the cookbooks himself. So those he was... But it doesn't... There's no way this is correct. Well, I already have a PS5, so yeah, I'm not getting a PS6, though. No, but there's no way this is correct. I must be wrong. Because it financially doesn't make sense. It isn't even a model to build on, all right? If I were going to build a coffee business from scratch, okay? That's why he has such small margins. And the thing that proves it to me is the fact that at the end of his vlog, his video, with the Kubota outside doing the poop things, right? He even says, if I were drop shipping coffee, I would make more money. Okay, Habibi. Okay. My understanding is if you really want to make a coffee business, I think he wants the arrogance, okay, to be able to say, to at least think I'm not drop shipping my coffee. That's why he did it. But if this is true, the amount of money he is wasting is ridiculous. And this isn't how you grow. Excuse me. This isn't how you grow. Hiring people to do this stuff. It's not a good move. No, you're right. That's what, if he's outsourcing all these, okay? If he's outsourcing all of these steps, it doesn't make sense. You would start small. The way to eventually, if he really wanted a business, he would start looking into how I thought he owned all of the equipment because at one point he said, I'm $300,000 in the hole. A good roaster is $100,000. Like a bulk roaster, the maximum I've seen is like $100,000. But there's probably more, but he could have gotten a roaster. What's his name? The guy who does the tea? I think it's 100 gigabytes, but I think it's 100 gigabytes you could fit on a disc. The tea guy, the tea guy who was talking about magic tea, whatever it's called, he owns a roaster. There are coffee restaurants that own roasters. The funny thing is, with that outhouse that he has, he could own his own roaster. That little outhouse that he's using as a agility court for his dogs, he could actually own his own roaster in that. he's going about this in a way to make himself look fancy. Because you'll notice over... Look, I'll tell you why he does it this way. Okay? It's simple. Because listen to him. Listen to how he talks about it. Okay? Jeremy always wants to sound like he's better than everybody else on the internet. Right? Look at how he talks about all the... He's like, oh no, there's nothing wrong with white label coffee or dropship coffee. I know a lot of people, but my coffee isn't dropshipped. Wait, so which one is it? Which one is it? It's okay to have dropship coffee? Or not okay? Okay? It's also like when he talks about his channel, right? He's so concerned with the numbers. It's like, Jeremy. It isn't about the views. If you're doing shorts, shouldn't it be, if you really wanted to boast about how amazing your channel is, show the revenue. But no, he wants to, he's big on the talk. I have 2 million this. I have 50 million views. He's trying to make himself look big, and that's why he pays for views. Okay? That's why he pays for views. Why does he pay for views? Why does he pay for subs? It's because those are the things that matter to him. Okay? What matters to him is that he has a lot of views and a lot of subs, especially a lot of subscribers. So he'd rather pay for them. But you're losing revenue paying for them. And it's the same thing with the coffee business. Okay? It's the same thing. He wants to be like, instead of doing it smart and profitable, instead of being smart and running, the whole point is to make money selling the coffee, right? But to him, it isn't about making the money alone. It's about looking good in front of the internet. I mean, listen to him talk about it, right? How does he talk about it? My coffee is not the same as everybody else's coffee. My coffee is better than everybody else's coffee. I have better coffee than everybody else. I don't white label coffee like everybody else. Right? That's what he's doing. He's paying for it to make him feel and look, and at least try to look better than everybody else. But the thing is, what would you respect? Nope, you'll notice Tim Pool, for good or for bad, right? For good or for bad, whether you like Tim Pool or not. Why doesn't Tim Pool have the same controversy as Jeremy? Okay? We know Tim Pool dropships his coffee. Okay? We know it. And you know what? Tim Pool doesn't deny it. Whether you like Tim Pool or not, whether he has never lied about the coffee. Smash JT. Smash JT has never said that he owns the tea, the matcha tea he sells, right? Which one of these days I might get some of it. Okay? I have Red Bull. Smash JT never says that he owns the tea company. He'll admit it's dropshipped. Okay? None of these people have controversies around them. Why? Because they haven't lied. And that's what's the most frustrating part about the whole thing. He doesn't understand. The controversy isn't about his wishy-washy politics. Jeremy has the most mid-politics. Okay? Jeremy has the most mid-politics. He's not controversial at all. Okay? So nobody's criticizing him about his politics. I have more controversial takes in politics than he does. Okay? There's the fact that I flat out admit, yes, I'm a Republican. Okay? I'm not, going to back down. Yes, I am MAGA. Do I agree with every decision Trump made? Absolutely not. I don't. You will never agree with every decision made by the president. Okay? Do I regret my vote? No, I don't. Okay? Am I going to pretend I have been MAGA? No. Dude has the most mid-political takes. No one is attacking him over his politics. Okay? In fact, he's become basically the National Enquirer of the internet. He basically just looks for the most controversial thing he could find that will draw people. The whole water park, Muslim water park, he misrepresented it. Why? Because he wanted people to watch his video. Okay? He's like, tax-funded Muslim water park. And then you look into it, and there's no tax-funded Muslim water park. It was a bunch of Muslims who rented a water park in June during the week when no one was in school. But he rage baited it by saying tax-funded Muslim water park. All of his stuff is like that. That's what made me lose even more respect for him. Because he doesn't do his research. He couldn't even find Iran on a map. I bet you he thinks they speak Arabic in Iran. Iran isn't an Arab country. But I bet you he thinks they do. He couldn't even find Iran on a map. He makes posts about Sunni and Shia, like he knows what a Sunni and a Shia is. He doesn't. When he came to, you want to know the dumbest one of all? When it came to the video game thing. He's a 90s lib, which is most of us, right? But because of the day and age where the left has gone so far left that it's gone basically batshit crazy, anyone who is even slightly right of that is yeah. All 90s liberals of that. Okay. He doesn't do his research. He basically, he just rage baits people. He isn't even doing real news. Look, as a gamer myself, right? Okay, I'll admit, I've been playing video games all week. I rarely live stream because, honestly, I just like to play video games, okay? It doesn't matter if I'm in front of an audience or not. In fact, it's a lot harder to actually play a video game in front of people. I'll admit it's a lot harder to play video games in front of people, okay? The thing is, I would not be upset. So, okay, before I go into the whole, okay. One of the things that bothered me, and I have to give the Kino Casino credit. The Kino Casino are very fair. When they cover things, they're very fair. Melanie Mack said she has a problem with the Muslims renting a water park, but she wouldn't have a problem with Christians. I've said this before. That's the difference between me and Melanie Mack. Because if I found out Christians wanted to rent a water park and someone said no, I would say absolutely not. I would say the Christians have just as much a right to do it as Muslims. That's my view. My view is if you're here legally and you're not breaking the law, it doesn't matter what your religion is, you have the same exact rights. Okay? I would support Catholics. I would support Jews. I would support anybody who is being denied their rights. But no, when Muslims want to rent the water park, oh my God, how dare the Muslims? And everybody turns it into rage bait. That's what they did. So that's the difference between me and her. You want to know what? Okay, first off, let me just say this about the gaming thing and Jeremy Hambley. Okay? He posted about the Microsoft layoffs, right? Everyone's talking about the Microsoft layoffs. All he posted was about the visas, the H-1B whatever visas, which tells me he doesn't know anything about what's going on in gaming because he didn't know who's being laid off, why. He literally just posted exactly what Fox News posted. He didn't talk about it either. As far as I could tell, I could be wrong. He doesn't know anything about what's going on in gaming. Tell me you're a tourist in gaming without telling me you're a tourist in gaming. Did he know about the studios that weren't being shut down, but were being basically let go? No. Does he know about the layoffs at Bungie? No, he doesn't. All he did was post what Fox News posted about the Microsoft layoffs. Why? Because Fox doesn't know anything about what's going on in video games. It's exactly like the Daily Wire. You'll notice the Daily Wire, 3-4 weeks after the whole Ellen Page as Achilles, Ellen Page as the Odyssey, all of a sudden you see Ben Shapiro is talking about Ellen Page. Okay? These people aren't paying attention to pop culture. So it tells me, right? No, he calls him, he knows nothing about what's going on in gaming. Okay? I listen constantly to news in gaming. Constantly. I can't remember the exact names, but I know about the studios being laid off. I know about, for example, the latest talk about that they're making a Fallout 5, a remake, all of that, which looks really cool, honestly. I know that there are now rumors that Xbox might not be getting rid of physical games. For the love of God, Xbox, do this. The reason now, as for why I got into politics, what got me into politics was the coup. Oh, God, I'm not going to bring that up. Okay, you know what, Tara? I got one question for you. According to this documentary, because animals do it, it's okay for humans? Okay, well, somebody pointed out on X that animals eat their own species. They're cannibals. So does that mean we should be cannibals too? Just because animals do something doesn't mean we should do the same exact thing. There's no justifying. My cat licks her little butt all the time. All right? And the funny thing is, when May May licks herself, she slurps. I am not making this up. When May May licks herself, she goes... You can hear her licking herself on her fur as well. So you're saying that because May May licks her fur, I should lick my hair? That is the dumbest thing. On top of that, if gender is a social construct, but yes, what got me into politics was COVID, right? Okay? That's all I'm going to say about it. I haven't watched it. Okay? What got me into politics was COVID. Because one moment, I was at work, okay? And I'm telling people that lockdowns is a dumb idea. Okay? I said it in March, while everybody else was still theorizing it, okay? I said lockdowns was a dumb idea. I said, this looks like a cold. This is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I said it before there was even back in March when it first started coming up. I said, there's no way they're going to do lockdowns. That is dumb. I argued with people at work constantly, okay? And then I remember like a week later, right? And the store is closed. And we're doing shipping orders. Okay, I never forgot this. We were shipping out orders to customers because we are not allowed to open the store, right? And my boss comes in and says, they're shutting us down. I have never forgotten that moment. The moment that the governor had the audacity to come into a private building. Well, he didn't come in, but put his authority on a private business and say you have to shut down over a cold. I remember arguing with a colleague of mine. He's like, 1% of the population has died. Well, what percent? Okay. So I'm like, oh, so you mean over 3 million people? He's like, no. I'm like, because there are 330 million Americans, and you're telling me 1% have died. That's over 3 million people. He's like, no. Yeah. 1%, 330 million people. Yeah. 3.3 million. That's why I'm like, I am one of those people who will flat out, you tell me something ridiculous, I'm not going to accept your stupidity, okay? You're right. Yeah, no, they don't. Yeah, they don't. They don't. But no, okay? That's what got me into politics. It wasn't Anita Sarkeesian. I was anti-woke, anti-SJW for a long, long time, but I didn't view it as political, okay? I was just against that stuff. For me, they've been proving it lately. They've everything they're saying about it now is, yeah, it was a cold, okay? And let me be clear, my grandmother died from it. It was no different than the common cold. But no, I argued with people for months. I told them we should all refuse to wear this stupid mask. If we all refuse to do it, they can't fire us all. I got into trouble at work because at one point customers didn't have to wear masks, but employees did, and I was off the clock, and they were like, no, you have to wear. I'm like, but I'm off the clock. It doesn't matter. I was a pain in the butt, and that's why I'm the type of person who maybe, I don't know, I'm the type who will not accept stupid. If I know it's wrong, I'm going to tell you. That's why I'm not going to pretend to tell somebody there's something they're not. I'm not going to go around denying biology because that's what I am. I'm not the type of person who will pretend something that isn't true. You come to me and you tell me, oh, well, I should use this. No, absolutely not. And I agree with you. He does deserve to be fought. I 100% agree. what he did. But, I mean, that's why I wanted other people, because one of the things is I want pushback. I want people to be like, no, Kat, no, your theories on him. The whole thing made no sense. And I mean, I knew from the beginning that the masks didn't work. Oh yeah, my job did too. The funny thing is, okay, I did another job where we stocked shelves overnight and nobody wore a mask. Nobody wore it. Overnight, nobody wore it. Okay? And I knew long before anybody else said anything that the masks were a stupid idea. The masks, I knew from the beginning, because I was in the operating room observing surgery. I know what the masks are for. Okay? The masks do not prevent respiratory disease from spreading. Surgeons don't wear masks to prevent respiratory disease. Surgeons wear masks so they don't spit into the open wound while they're performing surgery. That's why they wear them. So I knew the masks were stupid from the beginning. I went arguing against the masks long before anybody said anything, because I knew it was a dumb idea. And it's probably more to look polite than anything else. The only time you would wear a mask is if you're sneezing. And honestly, if you're sneezing, just go like this. Most of the time, even if you start exhibiting symptoms, you've been symptomatic before you even start sneezing. So the whole thing made absolutely no sense. From the beginning, I knew it made no sense. I got into huge arguments with people. I got into arguments with my family about the whole thing, where they're like, you're being insensitive over your grandmother because my grandmother died. No. It was sad and tragic what happened, but she was in her 90s. 100% Mr. Dystopian. I was arguing against it for long before everybody else was. Trust me, and you can imagine what it was like for me. No, we didn't. And in fact, being overly obsessive about germs is a bad thing, because the more you expose your immune system, the better it develops. When I started working at the public library before my present job, I worked at a public library. The first 2 years at the public library, I was constantly getting colds. Why? Because I was working with a lot of kids. I worked in a public library and I worked in the children's department, okay? Okay? After the first 2 years of I stopped getting sick every other week. Why? Because my immune system had started developing immunities against different versions of the cold. If you overly protect against it, you're going to get sicker more often. In fact, the reason we had a polio outbreak, the reason we had the problem with polio all of a sudden was because we started cleaning the sewage. I was shocked by this. I remember watching a documentary about this, but apparently, polio, kids developed immunity to polio when they were very, very young, because they were exposed to it when they were still being protected by their mother's immunity. So they would develop an immunity to polio because they got exposed to it very, very young. The problem is, when they started cleaning the sewage up, kids did not get exposed to polio until they were older. And that's when they started getting very sick from it. And that's why we had the whole polio outbreak problem. Well, the problem, it wasn't that too. But we acted on it in a ridiculous way. As numerous people said, what we needed to do was protect the people who are most vulnerable, which we did not do. If you're in New York or New Jersey, you know we didn't protect the vulnerable. Why? Because they were putting people who were sick with it in the nursing homes. Nobody talked about Phil Murphy, because nobody knows who Phil Murphy is. Let's be clear. Nobody has any idea who Phil Murphy is. Phil Murphy did the exact same thing as Cuomo, but nobody talked about Phil Murphy because nobody cares about the governor of New Jersey. And hey, fine. What we were supposed to do. Yeah, people were exposed to polio in limited quantities, very, very young, and they often while still in utero. And so they would develop an immunity to polio because they had their mother's immunity. Then they would not catch it as when they got older because they were already immune to polio. Once they started cleaning the streets up and there was no sewage everywhere, what happened is they didn't get exposed to polio until they were older. We were supposed to, the smart thing is, protect the vulnerable. Like the elderly who are in nursing homes. Instead, what did they do? They put sick people with the elderly in the nursing homes. Now, you know what? I was listening to people like Dr. What's his name? The guy who developed it. I knew not to take that the moment it came out. Because I was listening to, I can't remember the name of the organization. But it was a group of doctors who said, don't take this. And Dr. Robert Malone, the guy who developed the mRNA technology, said, don't take it. I never took it. Because I was listening. That's why every time they come out with something new about the COOF or the vaccine or any of that, I'm like, I knew about this for like 2 years. Because I was listening to people you weren't supposed to listen to. I was on Rumble and all these other platforms listening to people you weren't supposed to listen to. I knew about the problems with causing problems with your immune response to the vaccine years before anybody else was talking about it, because I was listening to, what's her name, Dr. Goldstein or something. I can't remember her name. She's a doctor and a lawyer, and she has an organization that was like doctors something or other. There's also a nurse's version of it. And they were all saying the exact same thing. They said, don't take it. So I had massive arguments with people. My family was very angry at me. The funny thing is, my entire family took it, and my entire family got it. I'm the only one in my family who never got it, and I never took the jab. Because, I mean, they would tell you to constantly wash your hands, and I was just like eating cupcakes and just living like normal, other than wearing the niqab. I was wearing that just to mess with people. I was wearing that just to mess with people. But that's what got me into politics. That's what got me into it. It wasn't Anita Sarkeesian. I was against the woke, but I never really connected it with politics for a long time. It wasn't until like years after I'd gotten into politics that I'm like, oh, these are the crazy people pushing the woke stuff. But when it was around Anita Sarkeesian and stuff, look, all I was against it. That's why when people are like, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers told you what to do or all that, I don't agree with him about the Nolan movie. Oh yeah, I told them, I'm like, I'm waiting for my apology. I told you so. All the time. I remind them, I'm like, I warned you. I told you. But, like, I don't agree with him about the Nolan movie. I'm not going to watch it. But I'm not going to watch a skinny 5-foot woman running around looking like, oh, look at me, I'm a Greek soldier. I look more soldierly than her. I could beat her up. So no, I hear the movie is terrible. I hear the reviews of it. It's boring. It's nothing like The Odyssey. Modern language doesn't... I mean, let me put it this way, okay? Everyone's like, it's fiction. It's not real. Okay, fine. If it's fiction, then Vito, he's really into it. He's like watching it like 4 times or something, and everyone's calling him a shill. No, my whole family, I hope they're okay. My whole family got it. He's really into this movie. He's like apparently a massive Nolan fan. Like he's the only person who's like on our side that I've seen that absolutely loves it. Or at least, I don't know if he's watched it yet. I haven't seen his reviews or anything on it. I don't care. Look, he can watch it whatever he wants. I hear it's a mess. Oh no. So my argument is this. Okay, fine. if the Odyssey is fiction and you can do whatever the hell you want, okay, fine. Then Viso in Warframe should say for Jesus, not for Prophet. Oh, Viso isn't real either. Why doesn't Viso say for Jesus? I mean, I'm not watching it because, again, you have to have fiction has to be, you create a world for your fiction to take place in. You cannot break those rules. There's a reason why we don't see Harry Potter with a gun. Okay? There's a reason why Viso in Warframe doesn't say for Jesus, he says for Prophet. Okay? Everything has to still fit in the guidelines of the world that it's part of, right? Guardians, okay? There's certain rules to Destiny. And you can't just come in. That's why one of my biggest problems with Destiny 2 was the moment they started breaking the lore. When they started breaking the lore for me, that lost me because it shows me you don't respect the game. To me, that is very, very important. And the most egregious was Osiris in Saint 14. It's gone, yeah. It's gotten really crazy around the movie, but I'm sorry, every single person that I trust their reviews for has told me it's bad. Alan Ing really didn't like it. I'm not real either. But yeah, I've heard it's terrible. Alan Ing said it was terrible. Everyone is saying it's terrible. That the pacing is off, the music is the sound is off. Ellen Page looks like a complete and total idiot, running around like apparently the dumbest part of the whole thing when it comes to Ellen Page is they have a boy playing Sinan as a child, and that the boy that plays Sinan as a child is an actual boy that's bigger than Ellen Page. I'm not going to call Ellen Page Elliot. Nah. What are you going to do? I'm going to be like, okay, fine, it's against my religion. I'm not going to call you something you're not. It goes against me, and it's not just because of whatever my religion says on that subject, okay? For me, it's about being honest, and I'm going to be honest with you. And apparently they had a little boy play her when Sinan is like 12, and the boy is bigger. It's stupid. No, but the thing is also you don't even get anyone that actually looks Greek. Like the Message. There's a movie called, yeah. Oh no, I completely agree with you, Mr. Dystopian. But on top of that, you can't even get anyone who looks Greek. Like, there's the movie, one of my favorite movies, okay, was made in the 1960s. It's called The Message, the story of Islam, okay? They made this movie. It's about the life of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings upon him, okay? They made an English version of this movie, and they made an Arabic version of the movie. For the English version, they have people like Anthony Quinn playing the uncle of the Prophet. But he looks Arab. He looks like the role. He fits the role. You couldn't even, I mean, I'm sorry, but you it would make more sense if you had somebody white playing than what you did. But you act like the world of the past needs to be fixed, or that no, you know what they act like? They act like the historians who talk about the world of the past are so racist and sexist and misogynistic that they are lying about what the world was really like. So they're like, no, Greece really had a lot of black people. It's the racist people, the racist historians who are denying reality. No, that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense what you're saying. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of is that they think that the world of the past was so terrible, and no, the people who are talking about the past, like that idiot, and I'm tired of these people. I watched it years ago, and the thing is, I can't remember. That's the thing. Oh, yeah, that's a guy. What's his name? The Mario guy. Yeah. But then, look, I'm going to say this. I'm tired of people whining and complaining. I'm tired of all these women. We need more female representation. Shut up. Okay, I'm tired of all these people. No, it's not Hollywood's job to go out of their way to make a movie that represents you. Okay? I am tired of these people complaining. Yeah, he just wants to complain and act like a victim. I'm tired of it. It's not Hollywood's job to go around making movies to make your fifis feel good. You have to make more with whatever representation. No, I don't care. I'm tired of you. I'm tired of all of you people whining and complaining about how you don't get enough I don't care. I'm tired of your complaining. Hey, what's up? I am genuinely tired of all of your complaining. It doesn't have enough. It's not Hollywood's job or anybody's job to represent you. Cry me a river. There's not enough Latino representation. Shut up. There is a whole level of irony to the whole thing. The guy who's like, you played Luigi in the Super Mario movie, who's Italian. You stupid. That's what you're known for. I haven't watched it in a while, so I can't remember if I really don't remember. But I'm tired of the whining. I'm tired of the complaining. I'm tired of the whole, oh no, why don't you represent me more? I don't care. I really don't at this point. I'm tired of you whining and complaining about how you were owed this. You're owed nothing. Okay? And I have repeatedly said this. Okay? I have repeatedly said this, and I'm going to keep saying this. If you need to see yourself on screen to have any sense of self-worth, then you're pathetic. If you need to see yourself represented on the screen, that's a you problem, and you're a very weak person. Because that tells me that basically everything about you depends on how you are represented and how other people think about you. Yeah, that is adorable. I agree with you on that. That is adorable. If you need to see yourself on screen and represented on screen, then you have no sense of self-worth. Do not buy Coffee brand coffee. It is overpriced and financially weakly done. And that's why people tend to ignore me. Okay? That's why people ignore me. That's why the casting is idiotic. I'm going to say it. The casting for Odyssey is idiotic. And I'm not sorry. Ellen Page looks like a little girl. And should not be cast as a Greek soldier. The little boy that plays the young Sinon is bigger than Ellen Page. And the black woman for Helen of Troy is idiotic. Plain and simple. And it's exactly like if you had Viso go for Jesus. It would exactly like if Jesus, if Viso says for Jesus. And I still think Ellen Page was a pity casting because she hasn't been able to get any roles. Because she doesn't even, she will never pass. She can't. She's smaller than me. And I'm short. Ellen Page is smaller than me. Okay? And I'm tiny. And honestly, she looks miserable. I have never seen anyone more miserable looking than her. Because she's black. That doesn't make any sense at all. She doesn't belong as Ellen of... This is the other reason why I'm not going to watch it is because this is exactly what they did with Cleopatra. And I still have people getting mad at me for saying Egyptians aren't black. This is exactly what they did with Cleopatra. She's not... You're supposed to be casting a Greek woman for the role. Or someone who even looks Greek. But someone from South Africa, like sub-Saharan Africa, is dumb. Casting Ellen Page as a stand-in for Achilles is dumb. She basically plays the role of Achilles, but they gave her a different name because they knew people would be pissed. Because it's dumb. Calling Ellen Page the greatest warrior. No sympathy. Girl, you did this to yourself. The casting alone is enough to make me go, this is dumb. I'm not going to watch it. It's dumb. And in fact, I owe it to the Greeks to not be a hypocrite. Because I was against what they did with Cleopatra. I 100% did not agree with what they did to Cleopatra. I don't agree with race swaps, gender swaps, and... Look, you're talking to the person who does not like the fact that they made Jim Gordon black. The whole thing is stupid. I don't care even if somehow either of these were the best actress. No, you could have found someone better. You know what? If you wanted Ellen Page to play, put her in the background. But giving her that big of a role? She is 5 foot, 100 pounds soaking wet. I weigh over 100 pounds because I'm very muscular. I have more muscles than that girl does. Because of my job. I could kick her butt. And I'm not on those shots, obviously. It doesn't make sense. So no, this whole thing doesn't make sense. The whole thing is dumb. It would have been different if it was like that West Side Story. But then to be like, oh, well, we're not having an orchestra because that's inauthentic, but we're having rap? For me, Jim Gordon, I know what Jim Gordon looks like. I don't even like Andy Serkis as Alfred. But at least he looks slightly like Alfred. I'm sorry. But then you're talking about the people who then got rid of Sergeant Johnson in Halo. You get rid of some of the best black actors. I like the books for Percy Jackson. But I'm not going to watch the show because I hear they ruined that too. And it wasn't just the casting. The thing with Odyssey is, no, what you do is you don't try to pretend, okay, if you want Black Helen, you do something like West Side Story. You're not trying to then be accurate. But to then go, oh, well, we're not going to have an orchestra because there were no orchestras then. Okay? You're being dumb. Then tell it differently. But I hear it's not just the casting. I hear the whole thing is a mess. That the timing is a mess. The whole thing is a mess. The story is a mess. The pacing is a mess. Everything about this movie is a mess. I'm starting to wonder if... when it comes down to it, if you're trying to make it really accurate, what I'm saying is, if you want to have Lance Reddick as Zeus, I mean is, then you're not going to make it and pretend it's accurate. Don't do that. You're not being accurate. Lance Reddick would not well, he's dead too, but... why don't we, you know what? Fine. You want to tell a story with a main Black lead? Why don't you tell stories of sub-Saharan Africa? It's the exact same argument as with Assassin's Creed Shadows. The exact same argument. You're too lazy to do the work. Okay? You're too lazy to do the work. How often do we see stories of sub-Saharan African mythology? How often do we see video games that take place in sub-Saharan Africa? And I'm not talking with the slavery or any of that. How often? Okay? Why do you have to take a Greek mythology? No, they were going for accurate. They actually said the reason they don't have an orchestra is because it wasn't accurate to the time. So it's a mixed message. On the one hand, they're like, we're being accurate. On the other, no. It is, and I'm sorry, even if you're not going for accurate, Ellen Page should not be playing a Greek soldier. That is the dumbest thing. There is no. Ellen Page looks, even if you're not going for accurate and you want to have a Black Helen of Troy, okay, fine. Ellen Page should not be playing a Greek soldier. Absolutely not. That is the dumbest thing I have ever seen. And I'm not taking it back. She looks ridiculous. The accurate, not even the meme stuff, Ellen Page looks ridiculous. If you have the child playing the young Sinan is taller and larger than Ellen Page, who's 5 foot on a good day, no, I'm not sorry. The thing is, like I said, why don't you tell sub-Saharan African stories? Why don't you make a video game that takes place in sub-Saharan Africa? Why do you have to make a Black character in a Greek mythology? Okay? I saw actually a really good interview where they pointed out that it's actually very fair to women. And the original, they had a lot of women play amazing roles in that. And that they don't need to feminize the Odyssey because there were actually a lot of strong female characters in the Odyssey. But the thing is, why? Why do this? Why? Why make why race swap at all? You have so many stories from sub-Saharan Africa you don't tell. You don't tell these stories. It's your own fault. Why don't you tell these stories? It's exactly like Assassin's Creed Shadows. Instead of making a video game that is accurate and portrays sub-Saharan Africa, what did you do? Yes, but Hercules wasn't also 5 foot soaking wet. And I'm sorry, she looks like a woman. No matter what she does, Ellen, her body language, everything about her behavior is feminine. That's what people understand. That's how I can usually tell when it's a woman trying to, even with the facial hair, you can always tell. Women have different body language, different stances, I knew Buck Angel was female even before I knew, officially. I could tell by what Buck Angel says that he's a female. Okay? Ellen Page should not be playing a Greek soldier. Unless you want, like I said, you want to be sympathetic, you want, oh, poor Ellen can't get any jobs. Have her in the background as an extra. But Ellen Page should not be playing a big character. On top of that, why can't you make it for Greeks? I'm sorry, you have plenty of stories where you can tell with black characters. You're talking out of two sides of your mouth. On the one hand, you're saying we're trying to be accurate. On the other hand, you have yeah, I know, Heracles. On the other hand, okay, so you don't have an orchestra because you're trying to be accurate to the time period, but then you have rap. As I said, if you wanted to do a multi-odd cast, do like the West Side Story. Don't pretend then that you're trying to tell the story of the Odyssey as the Odyssey. Like I said, West Side Story is what? Romeo and Juliet. Okay? But honestly, if I were black, I would be offended because I'm like, okay, why not tell Sub-Saharan? I'm tired of this argument over. Don't, I said, okay. It's like Assassin's Creed Shadows. I'm going to keep saying it. Assassin's Creed Shadows should have had a Japanese lead. And then you make a game about Sub-Saharan Africa without any of the white. Make a full-on showing off the cool weapons and stories of Sub-Saharan Africa. That would have been awesome. But you didn't do that. Why? Because you're lazy. You're lazy. You're flat out lazy. You don't... I'm not going to... And the thing is, for me, I'm on the side of the Greeks in this. Because they did this to the Egyptians with Cleopatra. They did this with the Egyptians. They made Cleopatra black. They made Anne Boleyn black. They keep making people, they keep race swapping people, and it doesn't even make sense. As I said, you're talking to the person who does not like the fact that you race swapped Jim Gordon. You race swapped Jim Gordon, which to me, I know what Jim Gordon looks like. And that's why it doesn't make sense, because people have emotions connected to seeing these people. We are a visual people. Humans are visual oriented. Okay? We're not like cats. We don't recognize people by smell, by sight. So when you show me someone that doesn't look like Jim Gordon and you tell me that's Jim Gordon, it isn't the same. Okay? That's like telling me you're going to put Mina. It's like telling me you're going to put my cat in your movie. And then you cast a Siamese cat. Mina isn't Siamese. You can tell me, oh, this is a new revamped Mina. No. Mina is what's called a classic tabby. You want to have Mina in a movie, you cast a classic tabby. You don't cast a Siamese. I would love for there to be accurate movies telling sub-Saharan folk tales and mythology exactly like that. Why the Odyssey? Why did you do this? It doesn't matter. She's still in a real context and a real world. It doesn't matter. As I said, casting Helen of Troy black is like having Viso from Warframe say, for Jesus. But Viso isn't real. What does it matter? Because having Viso in Warframe say, for Jesus, doesn't make sense for where it's supposed to take place. As people have, as from Heel versus Babyface did it the best. He was talking about verisimilitude, I think, I can't say the word. We're talking about believability. When you look out and you are seeing a movie that's supposed to be taking place in Greece, and you see Asians, black, an Indian guy, and you go, this doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel like it fits. As I said, you could have gone the route of West Side Story. Okay? The armor is wrong too. Their armor looks completely off. Their ships are wrong. Okay? Even fiction deserves some degree of respect because there are rules to it. You can't, like I said, I'm going to keep saying this. You cannot have Viso from Warframe say for Jesus because Christianity doesn't even exist in the world of Warframe. For Viso to say for Jesus, even though you can say Viso isn't real, it doesn't make as much sense as having a black Helen of Troy. The best view about why it doesn't make sense is Az from Heel versus Babyface. He made the best arguments. He's like, you're looking out there, you're telling me this is a Greek Odyssey. And you have people in there that should not be there. Half the cast for Cleopatra were also black and sub-Saharan. I'm not saying there aren't any black. It's still, that's that story. It doesn't matter. As I said, how does having, it's not, it's the rules of the story. You cannot put a black woman in a story that takes place in Greece. It's not the same comparison. That doesn't make sense. You cannot tell me that this is a story that takes place in Greece and you have people that would not be there. So no, it doesn't work. And I'm not going to change my mind on this. It doesn't make sense. You want to tell me a Greek story, you're going to have to cast people who either look Greek or are Greek. That's like, again, that's exactly like Viso saying for Jesus. Well, how is there's an entire society that believe in prophet and worship literally prophet? How is it that they have void powers? What about Eximus units? None of that makes sense either. But Viso will not say for Jesus because it doesn't fit, fiction or not. A black woman as Helen of Troy, despite the descriptions distinctly labeling her as white, makes no sense. You want to take liberty with it? As I said, go for a West Side Story take on it. But this is dumb. And Ellen Page is even by far the dumbest of them all. And I'm never going to call that woman Elliot because she looks like a little girl. Period. It makes absolutely no sense. The whole thing with fiction is you still have to respect the rules of the established fiction. Okay? You can't just even... Why were people angry in Gods of Egypt when they didn't cast Egyptians? Well, the gods of Egypt aren't real. People were still angry about it. It's hypocritical. You can't be angry about one and not angry about another. You can't. It's all hypocritical, which is why I am against it 100%. I am not going to be a hypocrite about this. Especially when it is that much, I mean, the Jim Gordon one at least isn't as egregious as this. At least the Jim Gordon one, you can say, okay, it makes sense for there to be a black commissioner of the police in Gotham City. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you want to make it Jim Gordon, it doesn't make sense, but at least it isn't as realistically break. You still have to follow the rules, even in fiction. You don't have... It's like having the Hive appear in Star Trek. So no, there's still certain rules and laws to even Greek mythology, even when it seems ridiculous to us, there are certain rules to Greek mythology. Even when it comes to the magic and the abilities of the gods, there's still limitations to what even the gods are capable of doing. That's why I'm going to keep saying, you wanted to make her black, then don't go on about how you're trying to be realistic about it. As I said, don't even call it the Odyssey. I agree. Do then oh no, the Hive in Star Trek would be kind of cool, though. I mean, they wouldn't survive. The Federation is like the Corpus in Star Trek 2. Fiction just because something is fiction does not give you an open book to do whatever the hell you want. There are certain rules in fiction that you create for a reason. How do you kill Guardians are still killable in Destiny, but there's certain ways you kill a Guardian. You can't just, okay, I made a magic space gun that just... There's certain rules to the fiction you create. That's the thing. You want me to believe that this story takes place in Greek, is a Greek story. You don't do that. And again, you can then be like, all right, well then fine. Replace the sub-Saharan gods with white people. It doesn't matter. No. But no. Now you're splitting. It doesn't matter. Okay, you're saying that, okay, so the gods can create any child of any race they want. I'm sorry, they wouldn't do that for Greece. It isn't even, you're not even respecting the people and the lore of that. And look, it just, on top of everything else, it looks stupid. Flat out, it looks stupid. Okay? It does look stupid. Get mad at me all you want. It looks ridiculously stupid when you have one black woman in the middle of this all and you're like, yeah, she's the queen of, no. The whole thing looks really, really stupid, disrespectful, and just out of place and dumb. And I'm not going to ever support this nonsense. I'm not going to be a hypocrite about it. I'm against race swapping. My view is make a story about sub-Saharan Africa then. Do that. I'm against Jim Gordon being race swapped. I was against Cleopatra and half the people in Egypt being made black. And having people repeatedly telling me Egyptians are black. Egyptians stole Egypt from the sub-Saharans. Yeah, shut up, okay? I'm against the race swapping in The Lord of the Rings. What was The Lord of the Rings meant to be? The Lord of the Rings was meant to be a mythology for England because Tolkien felt like England did not have its own mythology or enough of it. He wanted to create lore for England. You come in here and you make Aragorn black. You make hobbits black. You make them look whatever you want. It doesn't fit. It's not right. It doesn't fit. Look, you're talking to the person who is very, very obsessed with sticking with canon and lore. Okay? I have made leaps about the corpus. I'm against it in anything. You're trying to explain, what is the term headcanon? It's called headcanon, where you need to explain what the author never says in the movie. That's what it is. It's headcanon, where you're trying to explain something that doesn't make sense. So you're trying to explain why they included a black Helen of Troy for the creator. Primal One, according to these idiots, Africa is just Africa. They don't even respect the fact that Africa is multiple countries. The amount of arguments I have gotten in with people because they don't believe me that Egypt is in Africa is mind-boggling. I am not kidding. There was somebody, I can't remember, who posted a video about how Egyptians were not black. That Egyptians were Egyptian. And I'm like, yeah. And the number of people who have argued with me, and one person's like, Egypt's not in Africa, Egypt's in the Mediterranean. Okay, I've never heard of a continent called the Mediterranean, but fine, explain that to me. I am very, very strict about canon. I am even when I made up my own attempts at a Star Trek Warframe crossover, I will go out of my... one of the things that frustrates me the most is I can't get any answers out of Digital Extreme. Then she should be even more white because swans are white. If she is part swan, then she should be white even more. That then further confirms that she shouldn't be black because swans are white. If she is part swan, then she definitely isn't black. Swans are white. Then you... So by that logic, she's even less possible for her to be black. But... I want to get it. I got it. There's no point. What the hell? Dude. There we go. So by that logic, yeah. No, I don't see the ridiculousness of the logic. I am telling you the story. First of all, when the story was created, it was created by a Greek author. You ask what is the intent of the author. When they created The Lord of the Rings, even when they did things that were not in the book, they asked themselves, what is the intent of J.R.R. Tolkien? Okay? So when they created The Lord of the Rings, not everything was exactly in The Lord of the Rings. Even when they had to make modifications. When you talk to Peter Jackson, he says, we take into account the intent of the author. Do you really think Homer, when he wrote the Odyssey, he meant for Helen of Troy to be black? Definitely not. Absolutely not. The thing is, you also have to take into account the setting of the writing. The setting of the writing is it takes place in Greece. How many black people were there in Greece? How many of them were royalty? Do you really think that they would be allowed, even if a princess were to have a relationship with the one or two black people in Greece and have a multicolored child, biracial child, do you really think they'd be like, oh, well, he's going to be the next king of Troy? No, they're going to be like, absolutely not, because they were pretty racist back then. Whether we like it or not, no. But the fact of the matter is, when he wrote the Odyssey, if there were any blacks at all, there were very few. And he would definitely not be making royalty black. So when you are creating something that isn't yours, whether they like it or not, the Odyssey isn't theirs. If you want to create an accurate portrayal of the Odyssey and not some modern retelling like West Side Story, you have to take into account the intention of the author, the time period. The armor is also wrong. Apparently, all of the armor doesn't fit the time period either. That is just as bad. If you're going to create something, try and be as accurate as possible. That's why The Lord of the Rings looks so good. And is respected so much. Because they respected the creator. These people said, we're going to do whatever the hell we want. We're going to make a mishmatch. Where on the one hand, they're saying, yeah, we're trying to be historically accurate. On the other hand, you have Ellen Page running around as a Greek soldier, which looks idiotic. And you have a black woman, and you have armor that doesn't make sense. Some of it looks like Robin Hood. You have apparently Viking ships in it that doesn't make sense. So you didn't respect anything. So on the one hand, you're saying we're trying to be as accurate as possible. On the other hand, you have no respect for what you're doing. This is why nothing coming out of a Hollywood is good at all. Okay? This is why none of it. Because you have no respect for the creator. You have no respect for the property you're doing. You don't care. All you care about is your agenda, your representation, and all of that. That would be like me going in and saying, okay, basically what they did is, okay, I want to write about Warframe. Okay, well, there's no Muslims in Warframe. I'm Muslim. I'm going to put Muslims in Warframe. I'm going to make my favorite Corpus leader. Yes, he is. And that's what Viso is. Viso is a footnote who dies a nobody. No, he doesn't die a... Wait a minute. Viso doesn't die a nobody. The Corpus remember who Viso is. You have Corpus remembering who Viso was. So no, Viso was a footnote. Nobody talks about Viso. But to the Corpus, he wasn't a nobody. But you still can't have Viso saying for Jesus. Literally what they did with the Odyssey is if I were to write about the Corpus from Warframe, and I'm like, okay, well, I want Muslims in Warframe. It doesn't matter. I'm Muslim and I want Muslims. So I'm going to make one of my favorite Corpus, Frode Beck, Muslim. Because I want to make him Muslim, okay? No, I wouldn't do that. You have to respect the property, the lore. That's why I have a lot of problems with Destiny 2. I understand small minor changes can happen sometimes over time. But you come in and you change whatever the hell you want. You don't respect the author, the creator, the world they created. And No, it doesn't. Because you literally have Corpus saying that they were inspired by Viso. So no, Viso was not a footnote who died a nobody because you have people still talking about, not me, in-game, talking about Viso. So Viso wasn't meant to die a nobody. He's a footnote. Most people have forgotten about him at this point. Most people who play the game. But you have Corpus who talk about Viso. So no, you're actually incorrect because it doesn't go against their intent. You have Corpus still talking about Viso. Now they get his name right, but they all mean Viso. And if one of them it doesn't mean that all of them got his name right. But Viso was not forgotten by the Corpus. But even then, that's not as egregious as having Viso saying Viso is meant to be forgotten by characters that saying that Viso was meant to be forgotten is not as egregious as having Viso. It is not the same thing. No, there are Corpus characters who mention Viso. When you, what's his name? Alvar D mentions Viso. We don't see a lot of the Corpus because Corpus don't get a lot of screen time. But Alvar D talks about Viso. So no, Viso was not meant to be just forgotten. He is not forgotten completely by the Corpus. So, but even if me saying that the Corpus were inspired by, you want to justify a black woman playing Helen of Troy. That is exactly like me going, Alad V is Muslim. Or Viso saying, for Jesus. Am I saying that there are not mistakes made or small minor modifications? Look at the Lord of the Rings. They took out, what's his name? Tom Bombadil. Okay? They took out Tom Bombadil. Yes, they changed the Lord of the Rings. They had to do it. I'm not saying things are not possible and things cannot be changed for reasons that still fit the intent. Does it make sense that Corpus might be inspired by Viso? Yes. Does it make sense that the Corpus would be inspired by Jesus Christ? Absolutely not. There's one thing to make small liberties that fit within the world that you're talking about. To say the Corpus are inspired by Viso makes sense. But to say that the Corpus are inspired by Jesus Christ makes absolutely no sense. So what you are saying is that because you're taking a woman that makes absolutely no sense, okay? You have to make an extreme explanation for why the daughter of Zeus and a swan is a black woman to try and justify it. It's like me saying, okay, fine, you want me to explain how Frode Beck is a Muslim? Oh, well, he was digging through old Earth historical archives, discovered the Quran, read it, and decided to become a Muslim. Well, I mean, it could still exist. So Zeus could have a black daughter. Well, Frode Beck could read the Quran and decide he likes Islam. He could have read it. I it's the future of Earth. Viso might have discovered the Bible, and in his final days discovered Christ. You still have to be more. This whole thing about it's disingenuous. Making her black makes no sense. It also breaks everything canon. Having a corp, which they do have in game, having another corpus, okay, say for Viso, does not sound ridiculous. Viso is a corpus character. We know that he inspired other corpus, okay. Viso fits. But having Viso say, having random corpus say for Jesus makes no sense. And that's exactly the same thing with casting a black woman. You need to jump through hoops to try and explain the black woman. As I said, I can explain how Zeus is not black. Zeus is white. Zeus is Greek. And the swan is white. So no, the parent's DNA would not produce a black child. If you made Zeus black, the thing is, I'm telling you that you have to take into account the intent of the creator. Do you really think Homer was sitting there going, yeah, Zeus was black? Again, as I said, do you really think Digital Extremes means to make Frode Beck Muslim? Whether it makes sense in some roundabout way or not. Okay, you'll notice I never make Frode Beck Muslim. Even when I did my crossover with Star Trek, I kept to Frode Beck. I didn't bring it up because at some point I do bring in Frode Beck. And I have the Starfleet officer being like, he's ruthless, but he's brilliant. That he's intimidating, but he's ruthless. They stuck to who Frode Beck was. I did not make Frode Beck Muslim. Even if you could even argue he discovers Islam. It doesn't matter. You have to ask yourself, what is the intent of the creator? The creator of the Odyssey was not making black characters. It doesn't make sense for you to tell a Greek story and you have a black woman in the middle of it. It doesn't make sense at all. What you are arguing and defending is exactly like me telling you Frode Beck is Muslim. Again, I can justify it. If I wanted to, I can explain that Frode Beck is Muslim. Easily. Frode Beck, come on, they probably have all the old, the elite corpus, probably have access to older documents. He read the Quran, was touched by the Quran, and became a Muslim. Why not? At least converting to a different religion isn't a totally different race. You have to take into account the intent of the author, the world you're in. You cannot go, you cannot come up with this leaping through hoops to try and explain something that, I'm sorry, is pure stupidity. Putting a black woman in the middle of the Odyssey is stupid. Period. It doesn't make sense. Flat out, it takes you away from your immersion. It breaks reality. It looks stupid. Period. That's like telling a sub-Saharan folktale and having a white person in the middle of it. It makes no sense. Sometimes it just, again, you want fiction? As I said, okay? Do you really think Digital Extremes means to make Frode Beck Muslim? Definitely not. Again, I can come up with explanation. No, but the Greeks did. Okay? The Greeks did. Not the sub-Saharans, not blacks. No, the Greeks. And when they make their gods look like themselves. They're not going to make their god black. They were racist. They were not going to make their god black. Okay? They're not going to make Zeus black. They're not going to make any of that. They're going to make them look like themselves. Again, you're using the same exact logic as me telling you Frode Beck is Muslim. Frode Beck isn't real. And he could have read the Quran at any point. He could have discovered Islam. Why not? Viso could have been Muslim. You have to take into account what they were creating. And do you really want me to believe that the Greeks made their god black? Do you really want me to believe that Homer, when he created the Odyssey, Helen was black? Absolutely not. The whole thing doesn't make sense at all. It's exactly like when they did God of War Ragnarok and they had people, multiracial gods. It doesn't make sense. Just as the sub-Saharans would not be making their gods white either. It doesn't make sense. And it is hypocritical because you have people who were unhappy when they race swapped and recast back in the 50s and 60s whites to play other minorities. And now they're going, oh my God, you're racist because you don't think Helen of Troy is black. Helen of Troy was not black and it looks stupid. It stands out. It breaks immersion. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. It doesn't make sense. Overall, you are creating a world that takes place around Greece. Even if they're traveling, it is a Greek world. The characters are Greek. What they know is the Greek world. Putting a black woman in the middle of it is like having someone wearing hijab in the middle of Warframe. And I'm not talking the covering their head. I'm talking you literally have a Muslim or a nun. But not like the funky Warframe, proto-Warframes. No, I'm talking, corpus nun. Christian with a cross. I mean, hell. Warframe 1999. Fine, Warframe 1999. That's how Frodebeck discovered Islam. It doesn't make sense. It's disrespectful. No, because you're telling me that Zeus, the swan Zeus, is a god and could have created a black woman. You're using modern day. That's not what they would have done. You have to respect the intent of the creator. The fact that it doesn't make sense for Greek. You are supposed to be watching that movie within the Greek world. Okay? This breaks. It doesn't matter. The goddess, the queen of Troy would not be a black woman. And you break suspension of disbelief. It doesn't make sense. You need to still be able to believe that you are hearing a Greek story. That's why I'm not just saying her. I'm saying the Indian guy. I'm saying all of the characters of multi-races don't belong in a story that is Greek. Okay? It does not belong there. Just as Frodebeck is not Muslim. It doesn't belong there. And if you're going to respect somebody else's creation, you're not going to break what you know they wouldn't do. This woman saying, I'd ask Homer, why are there no women? Well, first of all, there is actually apparently a lot of female. I've never read the Odyssey, but I've heard a person who was a translator saying that this woman who retranslated is an idiot and that there's a lot of strong women in the Odyssey from the original form, and that actually some people have actually joked and said that Homer was a woman because this was so female focused. Okay? I am very strict about this. Okay? When I made a mistake when I was writing about the corpus, I changed everything because somebody reminded me something and said, no, you're wrong about that. And I redid a whole bunch of things because I got it wrong. Because I had forgotten the detail that they were purpose bred and they have genetic breeding programs. I said, no, because do you think you are acting like first of all, like the gods are real. Okay. Second of all, the people who wrote the Greek stories of the gods were Greek. They're not. You are, like you said, you're leaping through. You're trying to justify after the fact. Okay, I'm not sure exactly what you're doing, but what you're doing is it doesn't fit. The creators when they wrote about the Greek gods were written by Greeks. They would not even consider the idea that they would take the form of a black person. They would not even consider that. As I said, that is exactly like a corpus being Muslim. it doesn't make sense for that world. Oh, like I said, I can justify it just as you're justifying it right now. But it doesn't make sense. So no, you can tell me, oh, the gods could take the form of a black person or have someone black, but it wouldn't be the intent of the creator. It doesn't fit that world. So no, absolutely not. You are breaking immersion by having this black woman in the middle of the story. On top of that, why do that? Why? Why not? If you want to have a black character and a story with a black lead, tell a story about sub-Saharan Africa. It's exactly like, oh, well, we know Yasuke was in Japan. Okay, fine. But why tell Yasuke's story? Why not tell the story of someone Japanese for Assassin's Creed Shadows and then make an Assassin's Creed game in sub-Saharan Africa? Sometimes it doesn't make sense. The whole thing is idiotic. The entire casting was dumb. From the beginning, having all of these people who don't fit in that world makes no sense. So no, you're trying to justify it after the fact. And it's called brain canon, where you are giving explanation for something that the author didn't even create. So no, it doesn't make sense. You can tell me, oh, well, the gods could do this and could do that. Like I said, exactly. What you are saying is exactly like me saying Frodbeck could discover Islam. 100%. Yeah, it makes sense. In the world of Warframe, it does make sense. Frodbeck could discover Islam. Oh, the Greek gods could be any race. And that fits that way. It doesn't mean that is not the same comparison. That is not the same comparison. First of all, they have seen people with red hair. Okay? They have seen people with red hair. Saying red hair for the Vikings is not as idiotic as a black woman in the middle of a Greek queen being a black woman. It's fine for Thor to have red hair. That actually would fit. So no, you are trying to explain something that still is not the intent, just doesn't fit. As I said, what you are doing exactly is like me telling you I can explain how Frodbeck is a Muslim. Exactly. Because, is it possible that the Corpus have access to old Earth records? Yes. Is it possible that Frodbeck discovered the Quran? Yes. Does it make sense that Frodbeck discovered the Quran and converted to Islam? Absolutely not. It doesn't make sense. Technically, logically, everything I said makes sense, but when it comes down to in the world of Warframe, does it make sense that Frodbeck became a Muslim? And it's the exact same thing. Could the gods possibly... We're also giving modern-day interpretation to the gods. We're saying, okay, the gods could be any race they want. Well, first of all, do you really think... I'm sorry, I'm not being... Do you really think Zeus would have a black child? Do you really think that Zeus would have a black child? Absolutely not. He definitely wouldn't. He would not want a child that was black. No offense, but that is, for that time period, he wouldn't do that. So no, the whole thing, again, as I said, Frodbeck discovering Islam could make sense. Could fit in the world of Warframe. But does it actually make sense for Warframe? Absolutely. I'm not even sure how to word it correctly because I know, but it doesn't make sense. Okay? That's the only way I can put it. It doesn't make sense. No matter how much you tell me, the gods could do whatever they want. Well, first of all, there are the limitations that these are the Greek gods. It was created by the Greek. Okay? The Greek gods created by the Greek, based on Greek limitations. You're putting your own modern, wider lens on it. You have to look at it through the eyes of the Greeks. The Greeks created the Greek gods. The Greek gods would not create a black character. Okay? Even Digital Extremes, with all their pro-Palestine whatever, okay, would not create a Muslim character in Warframe. Sometimes it's just that's how it is. And yes, I remember when Egypt tried to sue them over the stupid Cleopatra is black, and half of the characters and the Egyptians on the screen were black. And then I still get into arguments with people. Egyptians, the Arabs stole Egypt. No. They did genetic testing from thousands of years ago, long before the Arabs invaded Egypt, and they found that they were not black, sub-Saharan black. Okay? You just want to culturally appropriate Egyptian culture. That's what you're doing. You're appropriating Egyptian culture. Instead of being proud of your own culture and your own world and your own stories and your own people, you go and you take somebody else's. Cleopatra was ours. Well, first of all, I'm not even a big fan of Cleopatra. Okay? I'm not even a big fan of Cleopatra. I don't know why people love Cleopatra so much. There's so many other Egyptian royalty pharaohs that were much better than Cleopatra. The only reason you're fascinated by her is because of all the stupid, she's a slut, and everyone was fascinated by her, okay? You're taking something that isn't yours, and you're taking credit for it. It's the same thing here again with Helen of Troy. We're going to take something that isn't ours, and we're going to make it ours. And we're going to make her black because we want that, instead of being proud of what you have. Again, why? How many times have we had the Odyssey made into a movie? And Troy. How many times have we had that? But how rarely do we see actual African stories being told? Mr. Nolan is such a great movie director. Why didn't you take the time, Habibi, and learn about sub-Saharan Africa stories and tell it well? No, you couldn't. You had to make the Odyssey. This is the cultural appropriation. This is cultural appropriation. Okay? Why can't you tell stories? No, you have to take somebody else's. You're comparing Thor having red hair versus blonde hair to having a black woman in the middle of the Odyssey? I said sometimes slight variances are okay. Harry Potter's eye color was wrong in the movie, and that was actually a pretty big deal. You're comparing Thor's hair color to having a black woman in the middle of the Odyssey? That is not even close. That is not even close. That is, no. Should Thor have had red hair? Yeah, they should have probably given him red hair. But he still looks like like he's Norse, okay? He looks like he fits the role, okay? No. Absolutely not. That is way out of proportion, okay? It doesn't fit, okay? It doesn't fit. As from Heel versus Babyface's review was the best. You have to be able to believe what you're seeing. You have a story that's supposed to be the Odyssey, that's supposed to be a Greek story, and you have Indians and Asians and black all mixed in, and then you have a little woman running around, and everyone's calling her the greatest Greek warrior of them all. So he's a shitty dad. No, he wouldn't. Because it wouldn't make sense for the people who wrote it. Okay? It wouldn't make sense for the people who wrote it. The Greek are not making Helen of Troy black. That doesn't make sense. I'm sorry. I am tired of this. It doesn't make sense. You're writing a Greek story in a Greek world. You're making a Greek movie, and you have a black woman playing the queen. Makes no sense. It is exactly like Frode Beck being a Muslim. Let's make a movie based on Warframe and make Frode Beck a Muslim. And hell, the Kaaba still exists somehow in the world of Warframe, and he heads on over to the Kaaba. Well, the Muslims need to see themselves too. No. You are trying to justify something that, first of all, the Greeks wouldn't even consider. The Greeks would not even consider your arguments. Honestly, mine makes more sense than yours. The Greeks would never even consider that. Okay? You're not taking into account the intent of the creators, the world of the creators. Again, suspension of disbelief. When you are telling a Greek story, nobody is going into the theater going, oh, well, Zeus was a god. He could have made a black daughter. Nobody is thinking that when they go to see it. Nobody's going into the theater going, I'm going to watch the Odyssey. And they're like, oh, well, I mean, it makes sense. Zeus could have had a black daughter. Why not? No, they're looking at it and going, this is moronic. The only people who are not thinking it's moronic are the idiots who go around going, oh, representation. And I have repeatedly said representation is BS. If you cannot survive without seeing yourself on screen, then you have serious problems. You are a very weak person, because then who you are shifts with the wind. Okay? That means that if you're not represented, you change yourself as much as possible to fit in with whatever is popular. If I needed to see myself on screen 20 years ago, I would have converted out of Islam, because the Muslims were not on screen. If you need people around you to affirm you and confirm you, then you are a weak person. It's exactly, again, it's like race swapping Severus Snape as well. It makes no sense. Race swapping Severus Snape makes no sense. You're taking out, and you can even argue that the author has no problem with it. But at some point, it no longer becomes the purview of the author. You created this, it's done. You can't go back and change it, especially given you're breaking the story by making him black. So no, why can't we just stick to how things were originally intended? Why do we have to do this? That's the thing. Saying that Thor had blonde hair versus red. Okay, but it still doesn't take away the fact that when you look at what's his name who played Thor, my brain is freezing on him. The guy who played Thor, you don't go, okay, you put him you can believe he's Thor. Most people don't know his hair color. He looks like Thor. He looks like a Norse god. You believe it. You look at Lupita Nyong'o and you go, yeah, that woman is not Greek. No one is looking at Lupita Nyong'o and going, yeah, that's a Greek queen. That's Helen of Troy. Nobody's looking at them that way. Nobody's looking at me and going, yeah, that's a corpus. Let's put her like that. Yeah. Nobody's looking at Chris Hemsworth and saying, yeah, that doesn't fit for a Norse god. Everyone is looking at him and going, okay, that fits for a Norse god. Even though I don't agree with the race swapping Commissioner Gordon, at least he looks like a police commissioner. You're not putting a corpus. You're not taking Viso and making him Commissioner Gordon. Okay? He still more or less fits Gotham City. It fits the fact. It fits the world it's in. Most people know, a lot of people know that the Odyssey is Greek. A lot of people know that the Odyssey is Greek. They may not know the original Odyssey. I've never read it, but everyone knows it's Greek. And they're looking at it going, that's why that argument works against you. Because you're saying that, okay, she's the daughter of Zeus. Most people don't know the Odyssey. Most people aren't going to know that. So they're not going to realize that she's the daughter of a god, so she can be whatever color she wants. But everybody knows that the Odyssey is Greek. So they're going to go into the movie expecting a Greek story. Do most people know the full story of Cleopatra? No, but they know she's Egyptian. They know what Egyptians look like. Well, she's not Egyptian, she's Greek. But most people know she was part of Egyptian history. They know what Egyptians look like. When you put a bunch of black people and call it Egypt, sub-Saharan black people, they go, that's not Egypt. People know enough to know that Helen of Troy, most people, as I said, they're not. That's why your argument works against you, because they are going in there expecting a Greek story. They're not expecting a black woman playing as a Greek. They're going to be like, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, Macedonian. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm flustered right now. Macedonian. Everyone knows Cleopatra wasn't black. They may not know the details about Cleopatra. Okay? Even if these are fictional Greek characters, okay? It's The Simpsons. Everybody has yellow skin. Okay? And it's not trying to be accurate. If The Simpsons are telling a story of the Odyssey, no one is going to The Simpsons expecting it to look exactly like the Odyssey, okay? It's The Simpsons telling it. That's why I said, do a West Side Story interpretation of it. But don't tell me you're trying to create an accurate story of the Odyssey, pretend that you're being accurate, and then you have a black woman in the middle of it. So no, you could do a West Side Story version of it. Nobody looked at the West Side Story and said, well, that's not really Romeo and Juliet. Okay? They knew what they were expecting. But when you have them saying we were trying to be accurate, that's why we don't have an orchestra. Okay? They did. That's why they don't have an orchestra. They said that the orchestras did not exist, so they're trying to be as accurate as possible. It's different if they repeatedly say, this is our reinterpretation of the Odyssey. No, they didn't say that. And even if you're reinterpreting it, Ellen Page looks ridiculous. Ellen Page looks ridiculous. Flat out, Ellen Page looks ridiculous. No, they said that they were trying to be asked why. They're like, we're trying to come as close as possible by having someone rap it. No, they said they were trying to be accurate. So no, then come out and say this is our reinterpretation. But on top of that, okay, why call it the Odyssey then? No, that's true. Look it up. They said that they did not have an orchestra because orchestras didn't exist. Change the name. If Wishbone, the dog, is telling a more accurate story of the Odyssey than Nolan, okay, you have a problem. And on top of that, the intent of the audience. The audience are going in there expecting an accurate story of the Odyssey based on the advertisements and what they're hearing. They're not going in there expecting a West Side and whatever version of it. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm loving the memes of Ellen. Ellen, she looks so. I mean, even without the memes, she looks ridiculous. I saw the pictures of her running around looking like my God, the girl. First of all, she looks miserable. I've never seen a more miserable human being. She looks like a before and after for antidepressant medication with her present picture as the before, where it's like, I'm so depressed. And then you give her minoxidil, and all of a sudden she's happy, and she's the 20 years ago picture of her. I've never seen a more miserable human being on the planet more than Ellen Page. I mean, she's the advertisement for why you shouldn't do what she did. Seriously. My God, I've never seen a more miserable human being. So no, you also... likewise, I hope you have a good day as well. So no, but if anybody knows anything about me, right, you know, I am very, very much like whenever I did my... She looks miserable. She looks absolutely miserable. I have never seen a more miserable human being in my life. She looks absolutely miserable. Miserable human being. She is a standing advertisement for why this should not be done. Do you want to end up like Ellen Page? Yeah, don't inject yourself with those shots. You don't want to do it. I am very, very much, very strict about canon and lore. I can understand a little bit of wiggle room sometimes. I can understand a little bit of wiggle room, but you also have to take into, like I said, the intent. Like with the red hair versus the blonde hair. Okay? No, it's cool. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. No, I like arguing with people. But... for me, I'm very much about canon. As I said, when I was doing my Star Trek Warframe crossover, I was repeatedly going over and making sure everything fit canon. Now, did I make leaps? Yes. But every one of my leaps, when you ask, does it make sense? Can it fit? It could be wrong, but it also could be right. I'm not doing anything that is egregious. I'm like, okay, we know the corpus are genetically engineered. Does it make sense that the corpus would use artificial wombs? Absolutely. Do they? We don't know. But does it make sense? Yes, it does. But I am obsessive about that. To me, is very important. That's why people wonder, why do I keep bringing up Osiris and Saint 14? That is the most egregious, obvious beginning of the downturn for Destiny. Season of the Splicer, Osiris and Saint 14, turning the fallen into refugees. All of that for me was the start of the downturn for Destiny. Where it's like, okay, well, if you don't care about your own canon and lore, why should I care about it? And that's why I barely know what's going on in ooh. Because for me, that's very, very important. And it should be. Because when you change something, when you break the author's intent, you're being disrespectful to the author. This isn't your creation. Warframe isn't my creation. So when I write about the Corpus, when I joke and make a Warframe Star Trek crossover, which will never happen, to me, it's still showing respect to the creators by having the Corpus make sense. By not breaking what makes the Corpus, the Grineer, Starfleet, Starfleet. So every time, like, for example, my theory, we know the Corpus live until they're 100 years old. So I figure, well, that means, and they age slower. So I'm like, okay, then that means that when you're 50 years old, you probably look like you're 16. But is that true? We don't know. But it fits everything. So that's why there's a big amount of wiggle room for... I say, I wish Digital Extremes would, first of all, unblock me. Okay? Unblock me. My comment was milquetoast and mild. And I'm going to say, your community manager's a weenie. Which I shouldn't say because it sounds like an elementary school. I mean, Jeremy Hambley, you're all dorks. Nobody says dorks, Jeremy. Nobody says dorks. I haven't said dorks since I was like in elementary school. Who says dorks? Anyway. I have never played the Fate series. Should I? Would I like it? Is it something I would want to do? I actually haven't played Warframe in a while. Why is this taking forever? Okay, cancel that. Stop doing that. And install now. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to cancel all. Clear the queue. Yeah, there's something wrong. I don't know anything about the Fate series. I think I've seen it. I think I might even have it as a wish list. But... what is beneath? I think I have it on a wish list or something. Let's see. I'm more of a first-person shooter, fast action person. Okay. Anyway. As I said, the title of this stream is my thoughts on Coffee Brand Coffee and how it doesn't make sense and not about the stupidity of the Odyssey, which, like I said, I'm not, it's very important to me. And I do not, I have, at least, I have very strong views on things. And, yeah, here it is, Fate Reawakened. What is it? It looks like Diablo. Honestly, the game I really want to play, but it's on PlayStation and I'm too lazy to switch right now, is Immortal Redneck. Yeah. Um, Wait, so it looks like my queue. Stop installing this. I've heard. Suspend my game. Okay. Stop it. Honestly, the thing is, at the end of the day, really, my opinion on movies is not that. I don't watch a lot of movies. I'm lazy. I think they're overpriced. I can wait until they come out in theaters. The last movie I saw was the Super Mario movie, which I, by the way, have the Blu-ray. I bought the Blu-ray for the Super Mario movie. The movie before that, the last movie I saw before the Super Mario Galaxy movie, was the Super Mario movie. Excuse me. So, all right. Am I gonna do anything embarrassing and pull a Jer? Because unlike Jeremy Hambley, I'm not a professional streamer. I just play video games because my main priority isn't being a professional streamer, it's playing video games. If I happen to get anybody watching me live stream, cool. But my main goal is, see, Jeremy is a streamer who does a terrible job, but he's a streamer. Me, on the other hand, I'm a gamer, okay? Nah, I've seen the two movies, and I like them. I do like them. Okay. I like the Mario movies. I haven't played Warframe in a while. I don't know. I'm kind of reluctant. Feels a little overwhelming. And I do not have the latest update from Destiny 2 on this. But oh, I've been printing out miniature kitty cats. So, okay. Look at my latest 3D printing project. Okay? The first one is better. Definitely the first one was better, though. So my latest 3D printing project, because I've been getting back into 3D printing, is Titty Tad. That was stupid. Okay, my baby brother, one of my brothers couldn't say K, so now we use T for K sometimes. Tiny kitty cats. See? They're itty bitty kitty cats with blue eyes. And putting them all over the place. These are prank kitty cats. Okay? They're Mina's army. Now I did white ones. So I have blue, green, and white. And I put them everywhere. May May. Let's see if I got anything in my pocket. No, I don't. I've been playing around with my 3D printer. I also got clear filament, which is very, very cool. Black with glitter in it. 3D printer filament. I've gotten a lot of, which is pretty cool and cheap. And I want to get more into 3D printing. And now I'm like doing it because I can do it and not have to worry about Mina because my 3D printer closes. So my 3D printer has a door and Mina can't get to it. So, which is great because that's a problem. I worry about the lunatics. And the cats, the kitty cat army, took like 5 hours to print because it's not like it takes a lot of filament. It's 100 cats. So it takes a really long time. Yeah. So anyway, back to the... I just want to know, am I wrong about my theory about the coffee? Okay, that's my main thing. I want to know, am I wrong? Does my theory make sense? And am I wrong or right about how stupid it is? Okay? Because to me, that doesn't make sense. I am not happy with the direction that... okay, first off, the game I'm looking forward to the most is not GTA 6. The game I'm looking forward to the most, okay, is Control Resonant. How much space? Yeah, I don't need that much space. Why would I uninstall that? I would get rid of something like that. That more than covers it. I'm looking forward to Control Resonant more than I am GTA 6. I'm probably going to wait for the PC version of GTA 6 because I want a physical copy. One of the reasons I get games, okay, on PlayStation, even though I have a PC, is because I want a physical copy, okay? I want a physical copy. All right? For example. All right, so this is Primal One. You weren't here when I was going over my theory because I've been listening to numerous people A-logging his description on what he's doing. And I want people to call me out or tell me where I'm getting this wrong because I'm listening to him carefully. And I think he is an idiot when it comes to business. If what I think he's doing is what he's doing, it is dumb. He could make a lot more money if he was dropshipped. He's not dropshipped. Okay? He's not drop shipping and he's not white labeling technically because he's doing something even dumber than that. Okay? The reason I don't think he doesn't think he's drop shipping or white labeling because he doesn't have one company doing all the work for him. Okay? All right? The reason he thinks he's not white label is because one company isn't doing all the work for him. What I think he's doing from what he's describing is he went in and he went, okay, I want to make a coffee company. Okay? So he hired a whole bunch of different people to do different jobs for him. He buys the coffee beans or he hires somebody to buy the coffee beans for him. Okay? He has somebody roast the coffee beans. He has a totally different business create the bags for him. He has a totally different business do the K-cups for him. He has all these different businesses. If you are white labeling, you have like one business doing all the work for you. He even admitted at the end of the log where he's riding his Kubota that he would make more money if he's drop shipping. That's because when you're drop shipping, you have one business do everything for you. Okay? If what he's doing, if he's doing what I think he's doing, okay, he's buying the coffee beans himself. Okay? So my guess is, the thing is, if you're buying coffee through a white label or a drop ship, right, they're buying bigger bulk than Jeremy buying by himself. Why? Because they are fulfilling the needs for numerous people. So when you're a white label company, you have a lot of different companies who are using your white label coffee. So you can buy millions of pounds of coffee beans. Jeremy buying the coffee by himself, he's buying a smaller number and a smaller amount in bulk than the white label company. So that alone increases his costs. Now, I think he feels like he's not a white label because he has all these individuals doing work for him. So he feels like Mr. Businessman because he has all these companies that he's paying to do individual jobs, right? No, I don't think he is. I think she's using Javataza. Okay? Think about it. Basically, what he is doing is, let's say you make a video game, all right? Now, normally, if you are you're the company making, let's go back. He has too many cogs in his chain. He's basically subcontracting numerous companies to do different jobs instead of going to one company. Because he doesn't want to be like, I'm like everybody else. He's basically doing baby's first business. He went in and he said, I want to make my own coffee thing. The thing is, the correct way he should have done it is, okay, the way he should have done it is, okay, start by white labeling coffee. Build an audience. Build customers, and then eventually buy the equipment. Everyone's like, I'm not roasting coffee in my garage. Habibi, your garage is a house. That outhouse he has where he has the agility track for his dogs, he could have put a coffee roaster in there. And the reason everyone believed that he owned a coffee roaster is because he said he was $300,000 in debt. You can buy a coffee roaster for $300,000. It's cheaper than $300,000. So everyone thought it because he spent that money. What did he spend the $300,000 on? If not the equipment. He has that outhouse. He has 30 acres. He could have easily built a building other than that one for the coffee equipment. So, as I said, because even he admitted at the end of that log that if he was drop shipping, he would have made more money because he's an idiot when it comes to being a businessman. Nobody does that. I'm telling you, what Jeremy is doing is exactly like you develop a video game, okay? You Remedy Entertainment, the makers of Control, developed Control. They then hire somebody to design the CD itself, the disc. They hire someone to design the box. They design someone to create the box. They design someone to make the disc, okay? They hire someone to print the software copy the software onto the disc. Basically, he's subcontracting people. Okay? If you create a video game, no, I don't think he's tax evasion. I think he's an idiot. Now, again, if I am wrong, then I'll admit I'm wrong. But I think he's an idiot. I think he went into coffee and he said, okay, what is everybody doing? Because look at how Jeremy talks about things. He wants to be different and better than everybody else. He keeps saying, oh, it's okay if you're doing white label coffee. It's fine but I'm not white label coffee. I'm not dropship. And so he basically threw money at the problem. He didn't think, he threw money at the problem. Well, I'm going to sell coffee. I need to buy coffee. I need to hire someone to roast my coffee. I need someone to make bags for the coffee. Instead of white labeling it, a white label will do everything for you. Okay? That's why his margins are so small. Because instead of having one person do all the work, and if they order it from that person in bulk, he's having multiple people doing it. And it doesn't make sense at all. It's like how when you buy, I'm trying to think of something where you buy multiple. And it's cheaper when you buy it multiple. Okay. It's like when you go to stores, right? Right. And you can buy a bundle of items. Like, for example, I think I saw a sale where it's like, okay, because I just got a new soundbar. Okay. Imagine you go to a store that sells TVs and soundbars, right? And subwoofers and what else would go with it? So let's say a TV, a soundbar, back speakers. Okay? You go to Costco, right? And they have a bundle. They're like, okay, if you buy this 75-inch TV, this soundbar, this and this, instead of spending $800, we'll give it to you for $600. Okay? But Jeremy, on the other hand, is going, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm buying each individual piece, and he's paying more money. Instead of going, but here at Costco, we're giving you a bundle deal. Buy the soundbar, buy this TV, buy that. And he's like, nah, I'm going to buy the TV, and I'm going to buy it by itself. And I'm going to pay for the full price for the TV. And I'm going to pay full price for the soundbar. I'm going to pay full price for the rear speakers. I'm going to pay full price for this. I'm going to pay full price for that instead of taking the bundle. If you white label the coffee, okay? If you white label the coffee, they do everything for you. And because they're doing it in bulk and they're all doing it in the same facility, it's cheaper. He even admitted it. He said if he was drop shipping his coffee, which is why I think other people, first of all, we don't hear a lot of people saying, I did my coffee through Jeremy. Yes. that will do all the tasks. If you're doing white label coffee, I looked it up. They said white label coffee will print the bags for you. White label coffee will bag the coffee for you. Okay? 100%. White label coffee is they will print the bag with your logo on it and they put the coffee in it and they sell it. Okay? And they do it in bulk. This idiot, if I'm right, is hiring individual people to do different pieces. And that's why also we don't hear a lot of YouTubers who say, yes, I white labeled Jeremy's coffee. Why? Because anyone who's dumb enough to go white label with Jeremy is probably making a fraction of what they'd get from somebody else. So I'm telling you, if you're thinking about white labeling your coffee with coffee brand coffee, don't do it. You're going to make a lot less money. You'd make a lot more money. That's why I'm telling you, if I am right, that is from what, if you listen to what he says, that's what it sounds like he's doing. He calls them his partners, but they're his subcontractors. He's like, my partner who does my bags for me. He's like, my partner who does that. Habibi, if you're white labeling, you don't need a partner to do the bags for you. Habibi, if you're white labeling the coffee, you don't need all these different individual companies doing it for you. That's why his margins are so small. That's why there's a ton of people. He's like, show me somebody doing white label coffee on Amazon. When I was looking into white label coffee, I literally had Amazon instructions on how to white label coffee on Amazon. Okay? So my theory is a bunch of idiots on YouTube who were friends with Jeremy went to him and said, hey, can you white label my coffee? Remember what happened with Sydney Watson? She said he cheated her out of a lot of money. Okay? I have no doubt I think he lists a couple. But we don't hear a lot of people who are coming forward saying, I white labeled my coffee with Jeremy. Why? Because he probably charged them ridiculous amounts and they stopped going through him. It's a lot cheaper to go through the other generic brands that do the white label coffee. And he acts like, okay, well, my specific flavor. Yes, a roaster can do a specific flavor just for you. Tim Pool's coffee is not the same thing as your coffee. Tim Pool, I remember Tim Pool saying specifically that the flavors were done that he wanted. So even white label coffee can do the flavor you want. It's not just a generic. They'll just modify the... So that's why... I mean, like I said, that's why I wanted to come on stream, live stream, and ask people, does it make, if you watch what he says, it sounds like that's what he's doing. And that's why he says he's not white label coffee, because he thinks that white label coffee means you have one person doing it for you. And he doesn't want to be white label because he's too good for the white label coffee. So he does it his own way. And that's not going to work with Walmart. Walmart isn't going to do that. He might have had a small chance of getting his coffee on Walmart if it was white label coffee. But if he's doing what I think he's doing, his margins are tiny. I don't understand it. He keeps making fun of everybody else and saying you don't understand business. Well, here's another question that I want to point out. Okay. The packages we saw are 14 pounds. If he wants to sell to Walmart, even if my theory is, what he was looking into is Walmart does have a program where you can have in your area a small number of stores sell your product. All right. So it's possible he knows someone in Wisconsin, Walmart, high up at Walmart, who was willing to talk to him and maybe put his product on 50 to 100 stores. So even if at some point, which I doubt, but even if he were at one point to come out and say, see, my coffee's in Walmart. It's not going to be in all Walmarts because he doesn't grasp the size he's dealing with. Walmart has over 5,000 stores. You need pallets of coffee. Pallets. Does Jeremy, he said he worked in retail. Does he know what a pallet is? You're not shipping massive boxes. You're shipping pallets of coffee to the district warehouses or the distribution warehouse or whatever they're called. And then they're shipping them out to the stores. You're not shipping your coffee to individual stores in boxes of 14 pounds or 50 pounds. You're shipping pallets of coffee to their distribution centers. Then they're separating the pallet to the different stores. I've worked behind the scenes in stores that sell food. It doesn't make sense. Nothing of what he's saying. I think it's possible if if he's drop shipping or white labeling in the true sense, he has bigger margins than what he's letting loose. If, on the other hand, what he's doing is true, his margins are tiny because he's hiring individual people to do different jobs. And that is really, really dumb. It doesn't make sense. He wanted to be able to say, I am a businessman. I'm not doing it like everybody else. The thing is, everybody does it that way for a reason, because it makes sense. Okay? But then it's exactly like I said, he does a lot of things to make himself look big and fancy. Why does he pay for views and subscribers? Because he wants it. The point of having views is not so you can boast that I have all these views. It's about the revenue. Okay? Having empty views and you're not getting any revenue, and they're not even real views. Nobody's even watching. Like for me, seeing the view numbers I get, which is usually between 200 and 600. It depends somehow on the week. To me, that means there's 200 to 600 Destiny players who are watching my content. Okay? But I don't make YouTube for the money. I don't survive on YouTube. But if your goal is to survive on YouTube, the revenue is more important. Paying money to get empty views, you're doing it just so you can boast. And that's what you're doing with the coffee. That is what he's doing with the coffee. Okay? He keeps saying white label coffee is fine. But then what does he say after? My coffee isn't white label. I'm better than that. I'm better than Tim Pool. The thing is, you'll notice there's no controversy around Tim Pool's coffee. Why? Because Tim Pool didn't lie about it. We all know Tim Pool's coffee is white labeled. So nobody's going after Tim Pool over his coffee. Tim Pool didn't come out and say he bought the equipment. And Tim Pool actually opened his store. He'd been talking about it for years. He actually did it. So nobody's going to go to Tim Pool and be like, well, you said you're going to open a store. He can be like, I did it. Now, does it survive? We'll see. But Tim Pool opened his store. So nobody can say whether you like Tim Pool or not. Okay? At least he said he did what he said he would do. He didn't lie about where his coffee's coming from. Nobody's angry at the people who white label, which is why Jeremy doesn't get the point of why people are angry. People aren't angry if his coffee was white label. People aren't angry if how he does it. People are angry because he lied. And that's the thing that frustrates me so much. Okay? People are angry because he lied. And he's like, nobody thinks that I roast my own beans. Habibi, that's what you said. Everybody thinks it. I bet you 90% of his audience thought he had a roaster because he said he had a roaster. And that's why the whole thing pisses me off so much. Because I respected the guy. I was impressed. He did his own business. Very good, Jeremy. To find out he lied. To find out that he owned planes and is grifting for $14,000 to go to a trip. That's the problem. And I doubt he's watching this, even though the coffee brand name is in the thing. Jeremy, you lied. He lied. And that's the thing that's a big deal for a lot of people, especially when it comes to money. It's one thing if someone lied and said something stupid, like some people will be like, okay, Lucky 10p lied. But you know what? More people are willing to forgive that because he didn't take people's money. But you lied and grifted on people. And he's not getting that. And it's so frustrating to see him act like he's so arrogant and exposed. Habibi, you're completely missing the point. He's completely missing it. And a part of me feels bad. I don't like to see what's happening to people. I don't like to see people getting hurt. I don't like seeing this poor guy spiraling down on, who knows what other chemicals. But on the other hand, you're doing it to yourself. He's doing it to himself. And we keep telling him, and it's exactly like Melanie Mack and Chrissy Meyer. And when the whole thing with Chrissy Meyer was going on, and people were telling her what you're doing wrong, and she is completely oblivious and out of it. It's like you're doing this to yourself. You keep doing dumb things to yourself. And so it's like on the one hand, you want to feel bad for the person, but the more you tell them, which is why I multiple times I said, Jeremy, you lied. I said it on X. You lied, and you're not getting it. People thought you owned a roaster. People thought you bought a K-Cup machine. And at this point, the only way he's going to fix this is if he comes out and shows proof and tells the whole thing from the beginning. He says, this is how I started it, and shows proof. Until then, no one's going to believe him. Except a couple of his, Honestly, I will admit I did not watch Nick Rekieta as much as Jeremy. I don't know. I know he got into drugs. I'll admit I stopped watching him at one point before the whole thing became exposed about him because I got tired of him. So I don't know as much about Nick Rekieta and what happened with him. I know people talked later about what happened with him getting arrested and stuff, and it was sad to see. I don't hear as much rage and anger against Nick Rekieta as I do Jeremy. I don't hear as many people angry at Nick Rekieta lately as Jeremy. Even when a lot of the stuff was going on with Nick Rekieta, I remember a lot of people saying, before he was arrested, that they were worried about him, that they were trying to intervene with him, that he had a problem. I do remember hearing that, and people were saying, you need to step in. Nick, his friends are trying to stop him. His friends are trying to help him. It didn't feel as scandalous from Nick as it was with Jeremy, but I could be wrong because I don't know all the details about Nick. I'm going based off of what I heard happening around it. I don't remember hearing as many people getting as angry or feeling as betrayed by Nick as they do by Jeremy. I hear a lot of people are angry because he lied. But I could be wrong because I stopped watching Nick very early on. And I just remember hearing people talk about him. It is his own fault. On the one hand, like I said, I don't like seeing people like the Renaissance Fair thing, right? He handled it wrong. If Jeremy had come out after the Renaissance footage came out and said, that was me 5 years ago, I was stupid, I was trying to impress my chat. That's the thing. You have to be able to accept when you're wrong. If Jeremy had come out after the Ren Fair incident and said, that was several years ago, I was trying to impress my live stream, it was stupid, I was wrong, I won't do it again, then I don't think he would have been banned from the Ren Fair. And I don't think people would have been as angry. But instead to say that is normal behavior for a man in his late 30s, then that pissed people off even more. Admit it, that was over 5 years ago. How are you that blind? As I said, if he had come out and said, this is not correct behavior. So apparently he was following women around making highly inappropriate comments that they could hear. Like talking about looking for wenches and, she's DTF, and making comments about the appearances of women, highly inappropriate comments about women in front of women and children, where they could literally hear him saying things about how they look, he wants to put babies in them and stuff like that. All of you'll find it online. The whole thing is online, right? The behavior was inappropriate. And it was not just that he was live streaming it, and it was several years ago. It was inappropriate. It was stupid. He looked dumb. And the problem is, when people called him out on it, instead of saying the behavior was inappropriate, it was several years ago, I've learned I won't be doing that again, people would have been more forgiving of him. Instead, he said, that's totally normal behavior. No, it's not. If I heard some guy behind me saying that, talking about me, saying I was DTF or, my body's this or that, I guess, I don't know, I haven't seen King of the Hill. He's not being... And so the Ren Fair, when they showed the footage to the Renaissance Fair, the company that runs it, they banned him from it. And I understand this is something he enjoys. So it's sad to see that he's losing out on something he enjoys. But on the other hand, your response was stupid. As I said, if he had said, I was wrong, he would not have been banned. And in fact, if he was, a lot of people would have been like, okay, give him another chance. That's why at first I'm thinking, okay, one strike and he's out. But then I'm like, his response was highly wrong as well. If he had said the behavior was wrong and then they banned him, I think I would have been like, no, give him another chance. If he behaves this way again, then throw him out. Because it's like 5 years ago. So I felt bad at first, and then I'm like, his response is idiotic as well. So like, dude, you're doing this to yourself. Do you not understand that you're doing this to yourself? Do you not hear what people are saying? Even men are saying this is inappropriate. He's in his late 30s at the time, and he's acting like a horny 16-year-old looking at boobs for the first time. It's like, oh my God, chicks! I've never seen women have, oh my God, boobs. He's acting like a 16-year-old. That is what he's acting like. He's acting like a horny 16-year-old who has never seen, how teenagers like, ooh, boobs. Wow, boobs. No, dude. He should have taken accountability and he wouldn't have been banned. But he didn't. So like, what are you doing? You want to feel bad for him. He's bad. Yeah, exactly like Chrissy did. It's like, what are you doing? And he's exactly what he's doing in the coffee. And I don't think he'll be able to get himself out of the coffee, because even if he were to come forward and show evidence and tell everything about his coffee company, because it can't just be now. It has to be from the beginning. Be like, this is how I founded it, and show proof, right? Even if he did that, he's not going to get the trust of most people back because he lost the trust. But it's the only thing he can even begin to start rebuilding his reputation. I mean, I didn't even buy the coffee because I don't like coffee. But I feel betrayed because we trust, his audience were so trusting of him. They believed that he bought the stupid K-Cup machine when he said he bought it. Dude, do you not understand that? People believed you. And you come here and you're like, nobody thought that. No, dude, people trusted you. And they believed you when you said that. Which is funny because he keeps talking poorly of Muslims. And I'm the Muslim here going, whatever. Whatever, bro. Whatever. You're doing it all wrong and you're hurting yourself. And there's only so much people can do before we give up. And I just wanted to hear from other people to see what other people think about my theory about the coffee. Because listening to what he says, does what I say make sense? And I think, given everything he has said, where he's like, I have somebody who does this, I have somebody who does that. And then you look into White Label, and White Label does everything. So I think, given everything he said, in his mind, he's not white labeling. I drink Red Bull. See, the difference is, right? If I were to come out and try and be like, being my snot, if I was like, this stream has been sponsored by Red Bull, do you think anybody's not going to believe me? No, because I constantly drink the stuff. On the other hand, Jeremy doesn't even drink coffee. Why aren't you drinking? If you were selling coffee, why aren't you drinking it? We never see you drink coffee. He's like, it's a passion of mine. Then we don't hear you talk about coffee itself. Be like, guess this, I got these fresh beans from wherever, and they're like this and this and this, and telling you details about it. He doesn't even talk about Kona Coffee, about the history of Kona Coffee, and how excited he is. Thank you for the $5. The coffee for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. But think about it. If he were genuinely passionate about coffee, right? Do you not think he'd be like, can you believe I got Kona Coffee? Let me tell you about Kona Coffee. And this is about Kona Coffee. And this is about Kona Coffee. No. So you don't even feel like he cares or is passionate about coffee. It feels like Jeremy looked into, okay, how are people on YouTube making money, right? How are people on YouTube making money? Coffee? All right. Okay? How are people make? Okay, coffee. All right, I'm gonna do coffee. Okay. Instead of, you don't even believe that he's passionate about coffee, because he doesn't talk about it in the passionate way. He's talking about it in the way of someone who is basically trying to sell it. He doesn't even drink his own coffee. He doesn't talk about it. He's not passionate about coffee. If he genuinely cared about coffee, he's passionate about plugging his coffee. But it's like somebody who has an Android phone and is trying to sell you iPhone cases because they work in a store that sells iPhone cases. Or they happen to have a company that sells iPhone cases. I mean, why doesn't he go, okay, let me tell you about Kona coffee. Can you believe it, guys? I got Kona coffee. Let me tell you about it. It comes from Hawaii, and it's this. And he goes into detail about the Kona coffee. You'd feel it, but he doesn't. All he cares about is the money and selling his coffee and being able to show off and brag that, see, I have my own business. You don't care about coffee. You don't drink it. You don't know anything about it. Tell us about the roasting process. Let me tell you about what we do when we roast it. Let me tell you, you hear him talking about how me and my wife, we have to sample 15 different flavors until we dial it in. Tell us about that. Like, let me tell you about how I made blueberry cobbler coffee. And then this, and they have to roast it for this long. No, dude, he's not passionate about coffee at all. He doesn't feel like someone who cares about coffee. I mean, it doesn't make sense. That's like me making Azure videos for Destiny and being like, okay, this is where he is, and that's it. Instead of being like, and this is an awesome weapon, and this is a terrible weapon. It doesn't make sense. I think he's more concerned about being able to brag and boast that he has his own business than he is about actually about the product he is selling. So, like I said, I genuinely wanted to know if what people thought of my theory. Does it make sense? Because listening to him, that feels like what he's doing. And maybe he'll watch this and then threaten to sue me as well. Pfft, dude, don't. I, on the other hand, have not contacted anybody. Am not interested. No, he didn't. He didn't make shorts about his wife. That would have been cool. Hey, hey everybody, this is our new, he's like, we're making pecan whatever coffee. So me and my wife are trying to decide on the pecan blends. Here are some of our different pecan. He doesn't care about he doesn't know anything about coffee. He doesn't know anything about coffee. Oh, he has a lot of, because he doesn't care. That's the thing. Impress me. Show me that you care about your product. Apparently, he had tangerine coffee at one point, too. He apparently has tangerine coffee, or he had it. But he's not passionate about it. All he's passionate about is selling it and showing off. I said, he's not passionate about coffee. He's not passionate about the product. All he's passionate about is selling the product and showing off that he has his own business. You hear him say more, this is my business, it's a small business, it's not white label, and less about what the product is. And just talking about, if I owned a company, especially if you have your YouTube audience involved in your business, right? Wouldn't you, if you opened a business, be like, hey, everybody, check it out. This is my warehouse where we're storing my product. He has no hype for it. Like, okay, like, for example, me, okay? I love cats. Whenever May comes up, I'm constantly showing her off because I love kitties. You're missing out on so many opportunities because he doesn't care about coffee. So he's not even thinking like that. He's just like, I need to sell. Like I said, he's more concerned about being Mr. Businessman, owning his own business, and less about, hey, everybody, coffee. I have my own coffee business. I mean, you know, for example, if I were to be like, hey, everybody, guess what? I got this because if I started doing, like, you know, I'm passionate about Warframe and the Corpus. Why? Because I'm constantly talking about them. If anybody would, nobody would act surprised if I said I love the Corpus from Warframe. Why? Because I'm always talking about them. Always talking about them. Yeah. No, you're right about that. As I said, he's more concerned about being a businessman. It's the same thing with the YouTube channel. I don't feel any hype for his YouTube channels. I don't feel any hype out of him. Yes! Yes, I know who you're talking about. I've watched some of her content. If somebody is passionate about something, you can tell. I said, it's very easy for you to know that I'm passionate about the Corpus from Warframe, right? Because I talk about them all the time. I love cats. I just showed you my 3D printed cat. Where's my Meme? Where's my Meme? There's my Meme. There's my Meme. Let me get my Meme. Let me get my Meme. Let me get my Meme. I missed the Meme. Come here, Meme. Come here, Meme. Come here. Come here. Don't put the claws. No claws, Meme. Mwah. Mwah. He's not passionate about the coffee. That's another reason why you don't feel it. Here's your baby Mimi. Look at baby Mimi. Say hi, Mimi. Say hi, Mimi. I'm a cute little Mimi. He's just in it for two things, as I said. For the money and for the bragging rights. It's important for him to be able to brag. Right? He's in it for the money and for the bragging. He's willing to even spend money to be able to look better than he is. Like we said, he advertises his own videos. Why? So it increases his views. He spends more money putting his videos into as advertisements just so he can be like, look at my views. Look at my view numbers, right? It's so he can show off that he's better than everybody else. He wants to feel bigger and better than everybody else. Look at he's willing to spend money. Look at when he talks about his YouTube channel, right? Look at my views. Look at my and sacrificing money to increase his views, and I'm buying subscribers, and I have 7,000 people here. Okay? How often do I hear most people talk about? It's rare when I hear people talk about how many people are watching. Okay, but he's always bringing up, talking about his views and his watch numbers, right? It's the same with the coffee. When he talks about the coffee, he talks about how my coffee isn't white label like everybody else's. Okay? My coffee is my coffee company. It's my business. I started a coffee company. Look at my yeah, he's more caught up in showing off, elevating himself, trying to appear better than everybody else. And if it costs him money, that's why his main priority is not even money, but impressing people, being better than other people. If it means spending money to look better than everybody else. He doesn't care about coffee. He doesn't care at all about coffee. He did what everybody else did, but he wanted to do it better than everybody else. Most of the people who sold coffee, I don't see them selling coffee anymore. But everyone was selling coffee. Everyone at one point was selling coffee. I think it was Nerdrotic selling coffee. There's a ton of people who are selling coffee. He wants to sell coffee too, but he wants to sell it better than everybody else. Okay? He doesn't care about coffee. You would know he cares about coffee. He'd be drinking his coffee. He'd be like trying to add to his coffee. Be like, hey everybody, check out my merch. I've got a coffee mug just so you can drink coffee brand coffee in it. Hey everybody, this new mug I got, it's heat sensitive. So it doesn't say the name on it, but when you do this and you put hot coffee in it, then you see it tells you this. He would get hyped about it. He doesn't care about it. He's doing it to impress everybody and be like, I'm better than everybody else. And for the money. That's it. My business, not only do I have a business, it's a successful business. It's better than everybody else's. Because he could have done so much more with it. It's like me with the Mimi. Where'd the Mimi go? Hey Mimi. Hey Mimi. Who's a baby Mimi? Who's a cute little Mimi? She's a classic tabby. Yeah, look at my hooves. And it's sad. Because he's very pompous and arrogant and condescending. Because he's better than everybody else. Whereas I'll admit it, I suck at this live streaming thing. I suck. So if you were to come in and be like, hey, look who's talking, you have less subscribers. Yeah, I don't care. I know I suck. I know that I should be better at first-person shooters. I'm not as good as everybody else. And you know what? I'm good at what matters to me, which is my job. Okay? I'm good at what I do at work. That's what matters to me. And I have my girl. So, as I said, that's why I wanted to hear what other people thought. Because I was like, am I being wrong? No, he did have tea. He isn't selling tea anymore. He used to sell tea and cocoa. A lot of his earlier ads, his teas and cocos. He did have tea. He did have tea at one point. I don't know what happened to it. I guess the margin wasn't high enough for him. Well, he's not very good at it, too. He's very boring. But I'll admit, I suck compared to everybody else. I don't understand it. I just want to play video. Like I said, I'm a gamer first. Because, okay, even if they were, which I'm not going to... I mean, maybe they're better than Jeremy, but I still suck at this. I don't do it because I'm a streamer, okay? This is the thing. And I'll admit it and I'll acknowledge it. I'm not a streamer. What am I? I'm a gamer first. Then I happen to live stream, okay? Okay, I'm a gamer first. Then I happen to live stream. But my main thing is I'm a gamer first. And honestly, it's a lot easier gaming by myself. But yeah, I'm a gamer first. And the thing is, the difference is if I said I'm a gamer, nobody's not going to believe me. Because I'm passionate about it. You guys all know, just from the way I talk about video games, that I love video games. It's not like Jeremy with his coffee. Well, I rant too. But first and foremost, I'm a gamer, okay? First and foremost, I am absolutely a gamer. I like my video games. I play video games whenever I can. I enjoy playing video games. That's what matters to me, okay? The streaming part, yeah, I suck at it. But you know what? It's my priority is I want to play video games. That's my main priority. First-person shooters. And while I think I suck, I'm not that sucky. Like, no one's going to look at me and go, yeah, she does not know how to play first-person shooters at all. No one's going to look at me playing this and go, yeah, she doesn't know what she's doing. Okay? They might say she can get better, but no one's going to be like, yeah, she doesn't play video games. She's doing this just for attention. Which, by the way, I'm like close to the platinum trophy on this game on PlayStation because I absolutely love this game. Did you know they're coming out with a sequel to this game? When are they coming out? They said they were going to have a game test for this game. When are you going to do it? When are you going to make this? Here's Mimi. Oh, the baby Mimi. Come here, baby Mimi. Come on. Papa Mimi. Come on. Papa Mimi. Meow. Meow. Oh, he's a good girl. He's a baby good girl. Who's my pretty girl? Who's my pretty Mimi? You my pretty Mimi? You definitely are the pretty little Mimi. Who's absolutely the prettiest little Mimi. Right? You a pretty little Mimi? She's any time is Mimi time. Okay, well that was dumb. But you notice I'm still alive because that's how good I am. Yeah, I can do stupid and still kick butt. Okay, that was dumb. But I survived. Everything is Meme. Everything is Meme. Will you Mimi? Yeah, that was dumb. But Meme, you your baby Mimi. Well, now I'm keeping reloading in mind. See, I learn. Okay. She's a cutie, okay? Mime's a... Ooh, I love this gun. I love this gun. This is my favorite gun. Right, Mimi? Where's your go, little Mimi? And this is a good one. 100% magazine capacity, minimum +1. That means this massive gun, right, with the 50 magazine now becomes 100 magazine, all right? So you have to reload. Look at that. That is beautiful. I love that modifier. Yeah, I love this modifier. Okay, this one on the other hand, you got the shield dude, right? He's a pain in the butt. You gotta find the... There we go. And then there's one guy over here. There we go. But see, no one is going to look at this and go, okay, she doesn't like first-person shooters. They'll be like, okay, maybe she can get better at first-person shooters. Okay. Maybe she can improve a little at first-person shooters. But nobody's saying she plays first-person shooters for attention or any of that, okay? I love that gun so much. What's it called? The Tempest. I just remember it from its appearance and the 50 magazine. See, now the magazine is 36. So technically, what you're really supposed to do to be smart is take advantage of the stealth mode, right? And go and like... Okay, here's someone coming from over here. See? Let's see, yeah, it's better. But yeah, anyway, I was just curious to know what people think of my theory, if it makes sense to what he says. What else is going on? Oh, I heard that the director, Joe Ziegler, has left Bungie. I mean, talk about another company that did it to themselves. Bungie. What are you doing to yourself, Bungie? It's almost like karma is coming to get you for what you did. Bungie? It's almost like karma. I mean, it's almost like... Okay, one sec. Oh, I went further down than I expected. I thought I would be over here. It's almost like cheating your customers for years, Bungie. I had someone get mad at me on X because I was saying about those people threatening to go on strike over at I think it was Bethesda, and he's like making fun of my country and all, and I'm like, he's like, your dirty country, your whatever, and I'm like, America? And he's like, your dirty country that doesn't have unions and doesn't care about people and make women dress up, and I'm like, okay. What's up? I am playing one of my favorite games. And presenting my theories about Jeremy from about his coffee and how it is... nobody's saying this. Again, but this is my theory about it, and I think his business makes no sense. And I'm going to keep saying it. Okay, one sec. Okay. Where's the last guy? I have Kitty Cat in my lap, so the world is perfect. Right, Mimi? I have Kitty Cat. I have Pretty Kitty. Who's a pretty kitty? Why do you slurp when you lick? I swear, nobody believes me, but when she licks herself, it's like... She slurps. It's the weirdest little thing I have ever seen. Who's a slurpy little monster? You slurpy? You slurp? You make slurpy noises? You're so cute. Who's a cutie little patootie? You're a cutie patootie. You're my little May. So do I suck? How can I get better? Do I suck? Ooh, this is a good one. So it's either Grenade Cascade or this one. I'm going to go with this one. So this one is a cool one, all right? So what this one does is... you can get rid of all the little ones by going stealth and... Ooh, that is a good choice. And you just melee everybody and then go invisible between them. Which is... called Dead Zone Rogue. The thing is, I don't really think of it as a roguelite because you have whole, like... So my understanding is a roguelike, you start, right? And then you just keep going until you die. This has multiple missions like that, right? Where you, I like ice. One sec. I'm in a corner. No, I'm not. No, I'm in a corner. There we go. There we go. Okay. So this game, on the other hand, is more... So you have multiple missions where it does have that rogue component where you get all these different perks you pick and stuff. But it's not like the entire game is like that. So you have a lot of other... So, well, yeah, you do. So, for example, this is the first mission. It requires up to 30 different levels, right? Or like 30 different rooms. But then you have other missions. It's not like those other roguelikes where you start and you just keep going. This is, you have all these missions. I gotta get him. There we go. Yay. So it's like you have those... So, like, you have all these different modifiers. I've memorized a lot of them now. Because, like I said, I almost have the platinum. And then there are perks that are permanent upgrades. Which, if I die, you'll see. And, so yeah, I have this game on PlayStation, like Xbox and PC. Because it's, like, one of my favorite games. Ooh. I have... May, we need to give you a good brushing. I've got fur shed all over my face. See what we got here. All right. Oh, God. Okay, good. So this is actually one of my favorite games. And I am really looking forward to the sequel. Which they apparently are going to give out a free... They said there was going to be a demo. But I haven't seen anything yet. I've been checking on Steam because I want the sequel. It's on Earth versus the spaceship, where this one takes place the majority of the time. And the coolest part is, Like, one of the coolest things when you play a game multiple times is, like, I sucked the first time I played this, right? But now I'm, like, getting better. So, like, this is much further on my second run. So it's like so cool to see yourself playing better each time you get through it. Because, like, yeah, I got better. Yeah, I'm playing better than I did before, which is awesome. And you can, like, noticeably see it. Ooh, +1 grenade. That's even nicer. Like, I this is only my second time because I just installed this because I just got it on this. Wait, Dune Awakening, that's that isn't it on PC? That's that MMO, right? Isn't it on PC already or not? This is actually a good spot. Okay. Come on, you're supposed to be coming to me. But that's one of the things you do is you take advantage of being in stealth mode. And seeing the good spot to be at. So it is on PC. I haven't played it. I don't own it yet. But I've heard good things about it. I just haven't played it yet. Or bought it yet. Oh boy, here he is. This guy is the worst. Isn't Once Human or something coming out as well on console? Because I remember that is like on PC as well. I think I have it. It's free to play because I think I have it on PC. I haven't played it much, but I have a friend of mine who used to play it a lot. And he says it's very good. Ah, here he is. Make this my corner to get everything. I like having these like secure corners that I go to. And then I can slowly grow out of my corner. So I see like so those guys have shields. And you gotta there he is. Him. I hate him. He just keeps shooting. This guy is still melts me in the Nightmare mode. He melts me in Nightmare, which sucks. I gotta get better at Nightmare. He absolutely melts me. But let's see. It's a good one to have. These guys are tough, and they mob you. There's like, these guys are like much easier than them. Those guys I don't like. I had to deal with them in this mission, right? And they would, like, I would get like 10 of them just mobbing me. They were, and it was like the only way to really do it was to be like jumping all over the map. I think that's how I did it. And you could like basically slow down. There's a modifier that you could use to slow your descent, because you do more damage in the air. But it's pretty cool. Ooh, another grenade. One can never have enough grenades. Never have enough grenades. Now you can either... Alright, let's go with this one. Max all. Okay. So an ice is good to have too, because ice freezes them. Which, by the way, that was very dumb of me. That could have been my buddy, the gunner guy. Thankfully, it wasn't. But it could have been him. This guy. Hi, Habibi. Did you miss me? I, on the other hand, have 1, 2, 3. Aw, did you miss? Do you like being hit with ice? Probably not. But that's okay. Let's see if I can actually... The thing is, the boss is a pain in the butt. And I'm not sure I'll be able to do the boss with this lower level of health. Oh, him. He reminds me of the tanks from Destiny that would first like have the laser sight and then shoot you and basically just kaboom you out of existence. Yeah, they were fun. They were so much fun, those tanks. Not a big fan. Never forgot that. Right, Mimi? I mean, this is a good spot. Okay, maybe it wasn't a good spot. What an idiot. Oh, right, I forgot. I have that stealth. What an idiot. Oh, my God. What am I doing? Oh, my God, I'm being such an idiot. What am I doing? Don't do this to yourself. Okay, here we go. Okay. What an idiot. There we go. All right, Habibi. You be annoying. You bad. Bad Habibi. Bad Habibi. Bad Habibi. I knew I thought. All right. Yeah, yeah, you don't really need to know that, Habibi. I got bad news for you. You are not going to be able to partake in whatever is on tap. Trust me on this, Habibi. You got problems. You're just not aware of them yet. But because I'm playing this game for the third time, I know all your problems, and it's not going to be good for you. Trust me on this. Maybe if I... He's basically a brain in a suit. A cloned brain in a suit. Yeah, he ain't partaking in anything. He's a robot with a human brain in it. That's about it. So, I got bad news for you, Habibi. It's not good for you. The thing is, I like the ice one more. I do like the ice one more. And the thing is, okay, things can turn your game around pretty fast. Where you going, Mimi? You gonna leave me all by myself, Mimi? Is this the one with the spiders? Please tell me this doesn't have all the big spiders. I don't think it has the big spiders. 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 I hate the big spiders. No, why does it have the big spiders? It has the big spiders. The poison spiders. I hate the spiders. Not because I'm scared of spiders. It's because they're just a pain in the butt to kill. Why? 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 It's the speeders. At least it's not the void speeders. Spiders. Spiders. I don't like you. I don't like you. Habibi, I don't like you, okay? How do I put this in words you understand? I don't like you, Spider-Man. You are bad Spider-Man. You are bad Spider-Man. There's good Spider-Man and then there's bad Spider-Man. You bad Spider-Man. You bad Spider-Man. Bad Spider-Man. It has a human head, by the way. You can't see it, but it does have a human head. See, he's got a person head, so he's a Spider-Man. Bad Spider-Man. Die, Spider-Man. No. Bad Spider-Man. There's two Spider-Man. Look, he's got human head. You is not people. You is not people. Bad Spider-Man. Die. In video games. And see? Person head. See the person head? You see the person head? He's got a people head. He's not people, but he's got people head. Why does he have people head? See? And he spits poison. Bad Spider-Man. This is why bad. If Spider-Man did this, Iron Man would stop him. Okay? Bad. See, he's got people face. This is a real Spider-Man, not Peter Parker. This is the real Spider-Man. He's got, see, people head. You see the people head? He's got the people head. Look, people. He's got head for people. See? Can you see the people head? It's upside down, but he's got a people head. Okay? Bad Spider-Man. Bad Spider-Man. Nobody likes you. Peter Parker is Spider-Man, not you. You take the Peter Parker away. Peter Parker is mad at you. Okay? Peter Parker is mad at all of you. Bad Spider-Mans. I killed the 3 Spider-Mans. See? See? I killed the Spider-Man, though. Yeah, well, I did it. Yeah, baby. Mommy killed the spider. He's a baby. He's a baby. Oh, go, baby. You baby good girl. All right, let's go. Okay. Let's do this. Right? It's only 10 left. Right, Mimi? We got this. We got this. Right. Okay. Okay. All right. All right, let's do this. Yeah, you died! Bad man with big gun. You look like zombies. Veto approve. Don't do that. Bad. 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 Ha! You missed me, Habibi. You suck. You missed. Bad, Habibi. You suck. Bad. Everybody make fun of you, Habibi. You too, Hornet Man. Bug, go boom. Bye-bye. See? Impassion. Ha! You missed. You suck. You miss, Habibi. You suck. See? They suck. Bad. This is like the only place I can think of. I mean, there's over here. Missed! You suck! Death to all the annoying robots. Kill you too! Yeah, my guns are better than yours. You think you shoot. Maybe you hit me once. Hit me once, shame on you! Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See? They go bye-bye very, very quickly. Missed me. You missed. You suck. Did you see that? Did you see that? Okay. Okay. Oh boy, 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 oh boy. Okay, good. I got rid of that because that's a healer. Need to get that. See that one right there. There we go. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. I hate these guys. What's nice is if you get them frozen, then they drop. So they can't fly anymore. Yeah! You die! You suck! You suck! Even the Starfleet officers are laughing at you, and they suck! Phasers to stun. No. Like I said, Star Trek, the Corpus ruined Star Trek for me. I have grenades! But I don't want to get too close. Yeah, well, you hit me, but it didn't go through my shield, so you suck, too. See? How is that? You did damage on my health. Now, you die. I have too much damage. Sick bay. I need sick bay. Well, no, actually I need engineering because my robot body is damaged. Okay? See? Yeah. Yeah, you think you could overwhelm me with my... You are nothing compared to me. I am awesome, robot. Good. Feel it. Space crime. They take the profit. All right. I like the first-person shooter video games. I like the games with the guns. I love the games with the guns. It's one of my favorite games. All right, now, this is the perfect spot, more or less. Burn! Freeze, I mean. Ooh. Don't do that. Yes! Missed! Oh, Habibi missed! Habibi missed! Poor Habibi! You die, Habibi! No, move! No, move! Die. Ha ha. You suck. My grenades kick your butt. Absolutely. There we go. I mean, this is the third time I'm playing this game. Third time from the beginning on Xbox now. Played it on PlayStation. Almost finished it on PlayStation. Played it on Xbox. Well, now this is Xbox. Played it on PC. Okay. Ooh. Plus damage. Okay. There are so many of you. Where am I going to go? Deal with all of you. There are too many of you. I feel stressed and overwhelmed. Ooh, exotic. Die, spider! Die, spider! Bad spider! Those are the children of Spider-Man. Yes! Your robot army falls before my mighty guns. Bow before my gun majesty. See? You suck compared to me. Well, this is Xbox, but I can't do on mouse and keyboard. I should be able to do on mouse and keyboard. Hypnotic would find me shameful. Sorry, Hypnotic. I know. Ooh, exotic. I'm sorry, Hypnotic. I am shameful. I cannot do mouse and keyboard. I can only do controller. See? 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 You thought you got the better of me. No. No spiders. No spiders. Not the spiders. Not the spiders. Not the spiders. Not the Spider-Mans. I hate the spider. See, look, okay, in case you don't believe me, look. See? Look. See? It has human head. See the human head? See? It is Spider-Man. See? It is Spider-Man. See? It is the Spider-Man. It is Spider-Man. Bad Spider-Man. I thought you were a good guy, Spider-Man. Bad Spider-Man. What am I gonna do? Bad Spider-Man wants to kill me. I thought you were a good man, Spider-Man. You're bad Spider-Man. I'm dead. Look at all the Spider-Man. He poisons me. He comes after me. Bad Spider-Man, no! See? Bad Spider-Man! Stay away, Spider-Man! Go away, Spider-Man! Nobody likes you! Big Robot Man! See? I am so dead. I am so dead! I am so dead! Bad Spider-Man! I am so dead! May! Don't do that, May. Not right now, May. I'm dead. I can't see anything either. No. I am going to die. I am going to die. There's too many of them. There's so many. Die. Please die. And now there's Spider-Man. Bad Spider-Man. I'm going to die. Look, it's Spider-Man. Bad Spider-Man. No, Spider-Man. No. Bad Spider-Man. No. I'm dead. Die. Please die. No. Bad Spider-Man. Okay. Bad Spider-Man. Why do you do this, Spider-Man? You're supposed to be a good guy, Spider-Man. Why do you hate me, Spider-Man? Okay. Bad Spider-Man. There. What? Give me a couple minutes. He's mean, okay? Spider-Man is mean, okay? Bad Spider-Man, okay? Let's all agree he's very mean, okay? Spider-Man is mean. Very mean. And mean, okay? He's supposed to be a hero. He's supposed to be Spider-Man. You know, not that. No, bad Spider-Man. Why you do that, Spider-Man? Why you hate me, Spider-Man? Yeah, that was my mom telling me something about pizza. I didn't hear all of it because I kind of... Look, I have to beat this, okay? We're in a very stressful combat situation right now, okay? I am in a very stressful combat situation, okay? Let's all agree on that. I am very, very stressed. Very stressful combat. Okay? So let me... I am stressed, okay? Can we all agree on that? This is serious combat situation, okay? Got serious issues going on here. Bad guys. Lots and lots of bad guys with guns. And just me by myself. Look, pizza, this is not the time for pizza. This is not the time for food. This is not the time for anything. We have a very serious combat situation going on here, okay? It's also time to feed May, but we got a very serious combat situation. Can we not agree on the severity and the seriousness of this combat situation, okay? We're at number 28, okay? Okay, let's do this. Okay? Out of 30. Okay? Die, spider! Nobody likes you! You're spiders! You're gross! Okay? Okay, look. You don't understand, okay? You don't understand. I have never gotten this far on only my second run. So every time we do runs, okay, every time we do runs, you unlock more permanent abilities. This is only my second run. You saw me install the game. I have never done it this far on a second run. This is like the best I have ever done in this game for this mission. This early on, because the later you go into the game, the easier it gets because you can unlock more abilities. I've never gotten this far like this. I am stressed. Okay? This one is a melee, okay? He don't have guns. I have never gotten this far like this. Never have gotten this far. Okay? This is impossible. Okay? We're at 29. Okay. Okay. Spider-Man. Let's see if I can go. I thought... that was dumb of me. I thought I would be able to melee it and go invisible. No, Spider-Man! I hate Spider-Man so much. All right. Okay. Let's just take a moment. Come on. Come on, Habibi. Die! Yeah! Where's Spider-Man? Yeah! Yes! Okay. All right. Oh my God. How is this even... My inner Italian does demand for pizza, but... Okay. 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 Viso's cousin. All right. Yes! Okay. Sorry if I'm breathing hard. My apologies. I know. I'm mouth breathing. I know. 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 Okay. Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I do it? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yes! Yes! I did it. Oh my god, I did it. On only my second run. I did it. I did it. Oh my god. I did it. Oh my god, I did it. See, I told you he doesn't need any coffee. Yeah, I told you he doesn't have any need for a drink. I just a brain in a body. All right. I did it. Oh my god, I did it. I did it. I was only, so you saw me, right? You saw, I installed the game for the first time here. I need to also get going. But you saw that, okay? You saw that, right? I died once. I died once. And my second run, I did it. You saw that, right? You saw that. But what I mean is just why I don't think of this as a full roguelite. Is because if you go here, right, you have, so that's zone 1, right? You have different missions you can do that are like 20 or 30, right? That's why I don't think it's a full roguelike. All right, you saw that. I did it. I actually did it. That means I'm getting better at first-person shooters. So I'm getting better. You saw that. I am getting better at first-person shooters. I am getting better at them. Okay? I'm not. All right. You saw that. I can't believe I did that on my second run. I actually did that on my second run. You have no idea how many times it took me the first time I did it on PlayStation. Even on Xbox, on PC, it took me so many times. This is amazing. Anyway, I gotta go check with my family, but yeah, like I said, I became a first. I gotta go. Have a good